take it, go with that.
That'd be fun.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order this November regular meeting of the Bedford County School Board on Veterans Day. Ms. Johnson, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Johnson?
Here.
Mrs. Kirby?
Here.
Mrs. Hairston?
Here.
Dr. Hicks? Mr. Hill?
Here.
Mr. Leaming?
Here.
Dr. Maley?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Do we have a motion on the agenda this evening?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to amend the agenda to include since it was finished recently, the SOQ report.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion by Dr. Maley to amend the agenda to include an item on the SFQ report. Okay. Where would you like to?
Staff reports, I guess.
Staff reports, okay, so make it 3.05. Okay. So we have a motion by Dr. Maley to amend the agenda accordingly. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, so we have a second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion? Call for a vote on the the proposed addition to the agenda. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So that will be added to the agenda as item 3.05. So do we have a motion to approve the amended agenda?
So moved.
So we have a motion by Ms. Kirby to approve the amended agenda with the addition of item 3.05. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion on that?
I have a question. Is staff prepared to give a report on SOQ?
I'm happy to answer questions from what I know from the memo that I sent earlier, if that's all that's needed.
Yeah,
think
I
so.
just want to understand. What's that?
I said I think so, just you sharing the memo and answering any questions that we may have.
Any other questions? Not. Call for vote. All those in favor of approving the amended agenda, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Right, so the amended agenda is approved. Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we go into closed session pursuant to the Code of Virginia, Section 2.2-3711A1, to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, discipline, and release of contract for specific school board employees, and also pursuant to the Code of Virginia, Section 2.2-3711A8, for consultation with legal counsel retained by the school board for legal advice concerning regulatory requirements for workplace health and safety.
So we have a motion by Ms. Kirby to go into closed session. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all the seconds at the ballot. All right. for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Great, the board will now go into closed session. Just for the record, Dr. Hicks joined us at 5:06 PM. All right, do we have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
We have a motion to come out by Ms. Kirby. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Leamy. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The board is now out of closed session. Ms. Johnson, would you please certify the closed session?
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. Whereas Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Staff reports, 3.01, CTE and workforce readiness. Dr. Trosper and Dr. Woodford.
Good evening, members of the board. The instruction team has been very excited over the last 3 months to share the work that is occurring every day in Bedford County Public Schools. And tonight, Dr. Trosper and I are going to share some information on career and technical education efforts and our work towards workplace readiness for all students. While CTE and workplace readiness are heavily entwined, I want to talk about each one in a little bit more depth. Career and technical education, or as we often refer to as CTE programs, in Virginia Public Schools serve more than 640,000 students in one or more CTE course offerings in grades 6 through 12. These programs are designed to prepare young people for productive futures while meeting the Commonwealth's need for well-trained and industry-certified technical workers. Research tells us that students taking CTE courses are more likely to graduate from high school on time, enroll in at least a 2-year college, be employed after high school, and be better compensated in that employment. It is important to share the message that CTE pathways are embedded in readiness for career and for college. There is no longer an either-or mentality, but that a student can have all opportunities, CTE opportunities and college opportunities. CTE courses for Bedford County students are offered in a variety of formats. We began introducing students to CTE experiences at the middle school level, and we offer CTE courses through Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center at each of our base high schools and through CVCC at the STEM Academy and the CTE Academy. Virginia acknowledges the importance of career and technical education to students and the Commonwealth through diploma seals awarded by the Board of Education by recognizing industry credentialing in its diploma requirements and through the use of career pathways as an integral part of the newly required academic and career plan. All students are required to take one CTE course as a graduation requirement and are encouraged to take sequential CTE courses to attain a completer credit. Bedford County Schools receives approximately $171,000 through the Carl Perkins Career and Technical Education Funds each year to support CTE programming. There are 17 identified career clusters in Virginia, and a career cluster is a grouping of occupations and industries based on commonalities. Career clusters are used to organize curriculum design and for career counseling. Within each career cluster, there are multiple career pathways that represent a common set of skills and knowledge, both academic and technical, necessary to pursue a full range of career opportunities within that pathway, ranging from entry-level management and including technical and professional career specialties. Based on the skill sets taught, all CTE courses are aligned with one or more career clusters and pathways. With all of our available programs, which I'm going to share with you on later slides, Bedford County Public Schools can offer a variety of courses that are part of each cluster. And you'll see that there are 17 career clusters, and these are some examples of them: agriculture, architecture, finance, health science. We also have hospitality, human services, marketing. So there are a variety of career clusters, and we offer different courses that fall within those career clusters. I've provided in the slides here a link that you'll have access to once the presentation is posted. If you click on that title, Career Clusters Information, you'll see more information about specific career clusters and courses and pathways under each one. For instance, when you click on Architecture and Construction, it will open the career cluster that covers architecture, design, maintenance, and operations. So if you want to explore a little bit more, you can see all of the different career clusters and then different opportunities students can take under those pathways. Virginia's workplace readiness skills are a set of personal qualities, people skills, and professional abilities identified by Virginia employers and educators as essential for employee success in the workplace. Developed and updated over the past 20 years to adapt to changing workplace trends and needs, these skills are incorporated into the curriculum of every state career and technical education course. They not only give students of diverse backgrounds the opportunity to develop the personal resources they need to get and keep good jobs, but they also help employers by providing them with entry-level workers who are well prepared to deal with a variety of workplace challenges. In addition to supporting both student and employer needs, Virginia's workplace readiness skills also benefit industries, regions, and the state as a whole. There are 22 workplace readiness skills, as you can see here on the screen, identified by educators and employers that are developed in our CTE courses. These skills are embedded in the instructional content and in the workplace internships offered at all three of our high schools, at Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center, and in our CVCC programs. I'd like to share with you a little bit of information about our current course offerings in all of our different programs. So first, with our Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center right here in Bedford, all students in Bedford County are eligible to apply for a CTE program at Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center. CTE courses do have class size limitations due to the hands-on elements of each course and for safety. Programs at Gibson are for juniors and seniors only, with the exception of Intro to Health and JROTC, which are available to freshmen and sophomores. It is also important to note that we have 6 CTE courses that are offered as dual enrollment courses. That means that students who take these courses at Susie G. Gibson also receive college credit through CVCC. Programs offered at Susie G. Gibson are our most popular programs between the 3 high schools, and they require high levels of specialized staff to teach these courses. Having a central program allows us to offer opportunities to more students, as teachers for these programs are harder to find, and because the equipment required for instruction is so expensive and specialized. So you can see these are the CTE offerings that we offer, the programs at Susie G. Gibson. Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center also has the distinct honor of housing one of 9 Governor's Health Sciences Academies in Virginia. Each Governor's Academy for Health Sciences incorporates academic content with career and technical instruction and implements the 5 career pathways related to therapeutic services, diagnostic services, health informatics, support services, and biotechnology research and development. Governor's Health Sciences Academies actively partner with employers to design and provide high-quality dynamic programs. These programs are delivered through comprehensive courses of study that prepare students for successful transition to post-secondary education and careers. These specialty programs include partnerships with public school divisions, business and industry, healthcare institutions, higher education institutions, and often local government, including the local workforce and economic development entities. All programs include significant work-based instruction and training beyond the classroom using cooperative education, clinical experience, job shadowing, and service learning. Here in Bedford, we partner with Centra Health to provide on-the-job training opportunities for our nurse aides and our nursing students. I also just wanted to point out all of our current business partners that we have with Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center. Each of the programs has a variety of business partners that have been developed over the years. We have lots of partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, who helps to connect us with the Business Alliance. And so you will see we have lots of support for our programs. And recently, we've even had more workplaces reach out to us wanting to build partnerships with us and to offer places for our students to go do on-the-job training so that they will be able and ready for the workforce as soon as they graduate. Each of our middle schools have introductory CTE courses to provide opportunities to engage students in hands-on career and technical opportunities prior to going to high school as they begin making their academic and career plans. Our high schools provide a variety of CTE courses. At this time, Jefferson Forest High School has 16 CTE courses, Liberty High School has 27 courses, and Stanton River High School has 33 courses. Currently, our schools offer a variety of CTE course-based on typically student interest and teacher certifications. These 6 courses are offered at all 3 of our high schools: computer information, engineering analysis and applications, engineering exploration, marketing, principles of business, and technical drawing and design. There are 38 other CTE courses offered between the 3 high schools. 20 others are offered at least 2 schools, and 18 are singletons. Most of the courses offered are part of a career cluster, and the certified teacher in one of the core programs has room to offer other courses within their certification. So, for example, when we hire agriculture teachers, they come with a variety of certifications. So some of those ag teachers can do vet science courses, some can do horticulture science. And so often once we hire the teacher, they talk to us about what their expertises are and their certifications. And we can often open those courses up to students at that high school. So some examples of career clusters that we have in our schools. Liberty High School has a very strong agricultural, food, and natural resources and manufacturing career cluster. Stanton River High School also has a strong agricultural, food, and natural resources and STEM career clusters. Jefferson Forest High School has very strong STEM career clusters and information technology career clusters. We are currently working and excited that Dr. Tross was going to share more about our new supervisor of CTE and workforce development. We are looking at ways that we can offer courses at more than one high school, or if there's a career cluster a student is interested in but may not have access to at their high school, can we do that virtually? Can we share staff? So we're looking at opportunities to open those up. We also have our CVCC partnerships, our Accelerate and CTE academies. Lynchburg Regional Governor STEM Academy is the 16th Regional Governor STEM Academy offering programs in science, technology, engineering, and math, subjects known collectively as STEM, for high school juniors and seniors in Virginia's Region 2000 Lynchburg area. Located on the campus of CVCC, Accelerate offers academic and technical training related to careers in engineering, mechatronics, biotechnology, health science, and cybersecurity. CVCC has also just opened up a CTE Academy. And in that CTE Academy, they offer courses in 6 career clusters. And those are here on the screen: information technology, manufacturing and trades, business administration, healthcare, public safety, and hospitality and culinary arts. These programs will help us fill some gaps that we have in our current programming. There are some that are similar, like we offer a culinary program. So we would encourage our students to stay here for the culinary program. But if our culinary program were to fill to capacity, which is 20 students in a CTE program, then we would look to see CVCC to see if we could get those students in that. Also, while we're working to develop our HVAC program, we would also reach out to CVCC and look at their CTE Academy to see if we could partner with them to get some of our students in HVAC. They offer other courses such as EMT, criminal justice, welding, and cybersecurity, which are becoming very popular fields in CTE. I am going to pass the baton over to Dr. Trosper, and he's going to talk about a little bit more about what's happening right now.
Good evening. I'm going to discuss some updates in our CTE and workplace readiness program since starting my role, first as Director of Secondary Instruction in CTE, and then currently as Director of Curriculum Instruction for pre-K through 12. So recently we hired a supervisor of CTE and workplace readiness, Mr. Trevor Haas. I'm proud that for the first time in many years, we have an individual whose job is to solely focus on CTE and workplace readiness. Currently, I'm working with Mr. Haas on transitioning to his new role. He will be assisting the new counselor at Susie Gibson, and as they transition, then he will begin working with the instruction team full-time. Mr. Haas will be introduced by Dr. Bergen later in the meeting, but I do want to share a little bit about the work he will be doing. The CTE supervisor is responsible for the career and technical education and workplace readiness programs of Bedford County Public Schools. In this role, Mr. Haas will provide leadership for all schools and academic centers and will work collaboratively with the other school division leaders to achieve the school division's strategic goals. A major part of this leadership is to generate interest and awareness of our CTE programs so that students are more knowledgeable and are better prepared for college and/or career course enrollments. He will work with school administrators on creating additional opportunities for CTE in elementary and middle schools. In fact, Mr. Haas has already met with, or he has scheduled a meeting with each elementary principal in an effort to discuss ways our students can be exposed to CTE offerings at an early age. He will work collaboratively with the administrator at Susie Gibson Science and Technology Center to monitor and implement CTE programs. He will serve as the main conduit between the base school and Susie Gibson. He will write and oversee the Carl Perkins Grant while monitoring expenditures during the school year. He will serve as the liaison to the Business Alliance, the Chamber of Commerce, and other workforce development groups as we seek to produce qualified individuals who can meet labor needs in Bedford County. He will work to develop partnerships in our community. It is going to be a major part of our success of our CTE programs in the coming years. So we do look forward to him joining the instruction team and to the great work he will do for our students. Since I assumed my role in July, I've met with numerous community leaders and organizations to learn about and to discuss strengthening future partnerships. Some examples include the Bedford One program, which links high school students with local businesses based on their career interests. It is a partnership between the Bedford County Office of Economic Development and Bedford County Public Schools and other area businesses. In July, I attended the Workforce and Education Summit hosted by the Lynchburg Regional Business Alliance. The summit consisted of local community leaders, business owners, and educators to discuss solutions to issues such as a lack of qualified applicants, COVID recovery, retaining the best and brightest employees, and other issues confronting what they described as the current workforce crisis. As I learned, local school systems like Bedford County are vital to our local economy, and our CTE programs play an important role in economic development across the region. I've met with leaders from CVCC to discuss not only our early college programs, but also the Accelerate STEM Academy, dual enrollment course offerings, and also their newly formed CTE Academy. Mr. Haas and I have attended local and regional CTE advisory meetings to improve collaboration with other CTE educators in our region and to address issues of concern among our CTE educators. And recently, Mr. Haas and I attended a conference given by the Virginia Association of Career and Technical Education Administrators, which focused on training of new CTE administrators. And finally, in August, I met with administrators and CTE department chairs to discuss financial needs for the year. And together we developed a budget that utilizes local, state, and federal funds that are available to us. Not only are we using these funds to support our programs, as Dr. Woodford shared, we do have over 30 business partners at Susie Gibson alone from our community, and that does not include partnerships with our schools, and they all have been very supportive of our CTE programs. So as we do build on these past successes and continue the work already happening in Bedford County, the instruction team has established some goals for the future. Looking ahead, our CTE teachers continue to look for ways to expand their programs. We want to increase the number of CTE certifications offered, as well as opportunities to take CTE dual enrollment courses. Later, you will hear about 3 new course offerings proposed in the program of studies. Each new course request represents the efforts of Bedford County principals and CTE departments to offer courses that are relevant and engaging to students as they seek to gain skills needed for post-secondary success. One way we are supporting CTE as a division is by developing better processes to help students complete their academic and career plans. The Virginia Department of Education regulations that have been established by the Standards for Accrediting Public Schools in Virginia include provisions for each middle and high school student to have a personal learning plan and a course of study that aligns with the student's academic and career goal. The academic and career plans must include, but they are not limited to, a program of study for high school graduation and a post-secondary career pathway based on the student's academic and career interests. To align this important task with Bedford County practices, we've been using a program called Major Clarity. In an effort to create awareness of programs available to students and to create courses that are relevant to their future, our schools will continue to use this valuable program. Students will complete academic and career plans in Major Clarity, take an interest survey to help them discover potential careers, provide the opportunity to explore a variety of careers based on their interest, and project future courses that can help them achieve their post-secondary goals. While this is not the first year we have used this program, one of our goals moving forward is for classroom teachers to fully engage in the registration process. When students begin to register for courses early in the second semester, our counselors are usually the only staff who discuss courses for the next year. This year, we want all classroom teachers, including those in CTE departments, to have conversations that assist students in linking course content with future interests and aspirations. These conversations will help students make more informed choices about course offerings that are appropriate to their skills, interests, and future goals. The academic and career plans developed by students allow them to make an informed graduation plan and not only help them see the benefits of courses in which they are enrolled, but administrators will also have information to help them develop a student's plan of study for a pathway with a career cluster. They will know not only current course enrollments, but also have information about anticipated courses. And these course progressions will establish a link between the career cluster they've selected, the pathway, and specific course selections while schools plan to meet future student course requests. As we look ahead to the future of CTE in Bedford County, we have already engaged in discussions with school administrators and teachers about how to increase access and availability of course offerings to all students across the division. While we have a variety of courses available to students and school schedules are based on student enrollment requests, we are still exploring innovative ways to provide opportunities for students from a variety of career clusters, even if these courses are not available to them at their base school. So we're very proud of the work of our teachers and staff at Susie Gibson. We want to continue to increase the number of course offerings and programs available to these students. And so, for example, Susie Gibson would like to increase the number of virtual course offerings that are accessible to students at the base school. Currently, we have 5 courses. We have Intro to Health and Medical Sciences, Medical Terminology, Biotechnology, Forensics, and Pharmacy Tech. Another program we are actively exploring is creating an HVAC program for our students. So our hope is to begin an HVAC program in the next school year. There are a number of steps that will have to happen, and it's going to make this a challenging task. The first step will be to gain approval for offering these courses through the Bedford County Program of Studies, which I will share about later. Next, we will need to complete an application to the Virginia Department of Education to offer a new CTE course. This often takes months to get approved because of the depth of information required to obtain prior to completing the application. For example, students must be surveyed to determine course interest, and evidence must be presented that new industry openings in our area will hire for the skills taught in the proposed course. Upon gaining approval to offer this course, we will also need to use CTE funds to invest in the equipment needed to run such a program. And the final and probably most significant obstacle will be to find a qualified instructor. Upon Program of Studies approval to offer HVAC, the CT supervisor, the Susie Gibson principal, and myself will begin to take necessary steps to lay the foundation for an HVAC program in Bedford County. Finally, we hope to expand community partnerships as we seek to support our local economy by providing qualified graduates who can meet local workforce needs. Just last week, we had 2 businesses reach out to us about how we can work together to provide employment opportunities and career internships for Bedford County students. So as you can see, we have a very strong CTE program in Bedford County, but we also have a lot of work to do. This is a field that is growing. There's a clear demand in our local businesses, and we have a lot of work ahead of us. With a solid foundation in place, we can partner with our families and community to create more and better opportunities for our students in Bedford County. So at this time, we'll be happy to take any questions from the board.
All right, Mr. Leamy.
I think I know the answer to this, but I'm gonna ask it anyway, just for confirmation purposes. Are all the high school-based schools on the same schedule, class schedule?
On the same bell schedule, no, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. Does that cause problems for those kids that want to take CTE courses at Susie Gibson?
Actually, no. It actually,
Sure.
I don't think it does. I
Well,
mean,
we
it
try to
has
work
the
around them,
principal.
and we do have
Yeah.
to get creative with it.
But is it a problem?
It potentially could be, and we just have to get really creative with how we come up with
Well, some of the
solutions.
feedback I've gotten from Susie Gibson instructors is that it is in fact a problem.
Okay.
And so that's, I think, going forward, that's something that we need, if we're gonna take this seriously, this is something that we need to address, and we need to address it sooner rather than later.
Agreed, and we've talked as an instruction team, and we actually broached that with high school principals recently and middle school principals at the Program of Studies meeting to say, one way we can share staff and one way we can show equity of programming is to be on similar schedules so that we can share staff and we can have the same hours, at Susie Gibson and things like that. So it's definitely something we will be exploring.
Because I have had some instructors come to me and express frustration that, there are some students that would like to be able to take their courses. And this is, several instructors, across the different disciplines, that have expressed frustration that the different bell schedules at the high schools are inhibiting, the best student participation in the programs at Susie Gibson. So we need to fix that.
Yeah, and I would love if you ever feel comfortable sharing like specifics. We definitely want to address that. One of the things we did do this year is, for CVCC, dual enrollment, and governor's school, they set their hours and then kids come and then they stay there for the full hours. Susie G. Gibson was doing a great job of trying to work with all 3 high schools, and they were running 3 different programs of hours to meet, all the needs of all the high schools. And we said this year, that can't happen. But these are Susie G. Gibson hours, and now we need to work courses around them so that they're not trying to adapt to 3 high schools. So very good point, and we will be looking into that.
Well, I think the easy fix is put everyone on the same bell schedule. Problem solved. That's all I have.
Okay, so Dr. Muley, Ms. Harrison, Dr. Hicks.
I agree with Mr. Leamy. I think that would, there are other issues also that impact different bell schedules, and I think if we could have people on the same schedule in all 3 high schools, it would really open up opportunities for our high school students. Do we have I don't think we do, I'm just asking, do we have any issues with regard to students getting this one CTE credit? Have we run into anything that's?
I don't know about issues. I think what we've got to do is really think about what student interests are. And so, for example, it's a limited data set, but it's something, there's a lot of interest in the health and medical sciences field. And so we really need to think about in the next 3, 4, 5 years, how can we really provide opportunities for those students so they're in courses that they see as relevant and they're interesting to them. And so certainly an obstacle would be just courses that students maybe don't find relevant to them. And so the more we can offer, hopefully we can take care of that problem.
And you mentioned that one of the issues is going to be finding qualified instructors. What are we doing to try to fix that problem?
I think a really important part of that is community partnerships with businesses. And I've already talked to Mr. Hawes, and that is one of his first tasks is to set up meetings with local businesses. There are needs out there. There are needs for employees, and I think they would be more than willing to work with us, potentially find instructors. We're going to have to advertise early. And so again, as soon as we can get approval to offer this course from this board, then we start that search and we start to talk to our communities. The other thing I'll say about Mr. Haas is he has also reached out to regional CTE directors and CTE directors from the DOE, and he's just establishing those relationships. And what we can do is use our resources and use their input just to try to find someone who's qualified to do that. And so again, if we can put the word out early, if we can work with our community partners, I think we have a good chance. But I think that's always going to be a challenge, but it's still worthwhile to pursue programs that are relevant for these students.
And I have one more question. I was very impressed with all of the business partners that you had up there, that it really was. And I was also very impressed with the dinner that was provided to us by the culinary students. Are they able to use any of those business partners for additional practice doing that? Or is their ability to do that just very limited, and why is it limited?
No, do you mean specifically with mitigation or just in general as
No,
we-
just, I think they did such a great job, and it would be great practice if one of these business partners would allow them to prepare a lunch or whatever they needed.
Yeah, and
I'd like them to cook for us every month personally,
Yeah.
but.
We've used them for student-teacher lunch and learns and things like that to kind of, when we meet with new people coming in and things like that, we frequently use them. They do a fabulous job.
And I do think some of our community partners use them in different ways. I think the COVID mitigations have definitely been a challenge for all of our CTE programs and all of our internships in workplaces. Yes, I think that all of our programs, but especially our culinary, I've been to some actual community events that they were assisting with, and so that's been fun to watch them.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Serious.
Dr. Trosper, you had mentioned that Mr. Haas is going to be meeting with elementary principals,
Yes.
just to kind of have some dialogue and discussion
Yes.
at the elementary level. I would like, when he does do that, if you would certainly report back to us, sharing what that dialogue has been, what he's learned from the elementary principals in terms of needs and ideals that maybe the principals have shared with him.
Sure.
I do think it's a great ideal that he's going to begin that dialogue with the elementary principals, just laying that foundation and just giving our elementary students the possibility of what they could do in the future as a career. So yeah, I'd like to hear what his ideals are and what that dialogue was.
Dr. Hicks?
Are any of the CTE courses or CTE Academy or any of the courses offered at the Bedford campus, or are they all at the Lynchburg campus?
You know, I'd have to look into that. I think most of them are at Lynchburg, but I don't want to say for sure it's a no to Bedford, so I need to check into that.
I'm 100% sure it's all at the Lynchburg campus. The nice thing is we already take a bus
Yes.
to the STEM Academy, and the hours of the CTE Academy are the same.
Okay.
So that has kind of worked in our favor there.
And which 6 courses at Susie Gibson are dual enrollment courses?
I haven't.
Somewhere.
So Teachers for Tomorrow, Pharmacy Tech, Medical Terminology, the Early Childhood Education courses, and the Culinary Arts courses, and then the Agricultural Fabrication and Emerging Technologies, which are at the base schools, that's also dual enrollment.
And one last question, well, what's the difference between the early childhood education and the Teachers for Tomorrow?
Early childhood education focuses on preschool, before 5 years old. And they actually run a reduced cost preschool for our own teachers here in Bedford. They have a small group of students that go there for part of the day. Teachers for Tomorrow focuses on elementary teachers. And Dr. Calvert and her team have been working with University of Lynchburg to start a secondary teacher program at the high schools. And so we're trying to get that off the ground so we have some pipelines for secondary teachers also.
Okay, good, grow your own.
Trying.
Mr. Hicks?
Yeah, so I just wanted to make a statement. I know it's easy for us to sit in here and say, well, 3 different high schools, 3 different bell systems, just change them. but I would certainly want to understand the impact to each school if we were to make those changes. Not saying no, but we need to understand the impact for that school and those students. The second comment I would make is I would like to encourage Susie G. Gibson to go to other schools. So I understand like Otto needs to be at Susie G because they have to have that equipment. But if there's other classes that allow us to travel, then if we have the numbers, let's go to the other schools. We can still represent Susie G, but we would go to them in order to give them those classes. So just wanted to throw that out.
Kirby?
You mentioned that you were on an or there was an advisory board that you met with. What did that board consist of?
Local business leaders, they're the Lynchburg Region of Economic Development, it's really an opportunity just to kind of meet and talk about certain issues. The one that led it was the CVCC, the CTE coordinator, who really just kind of brought us all together. So I was a part of that. I didn't lead that. I was just a part of that.
And was Region 2000 part of that too?
They were a part of one of the conferences I went to in Lynchburg, and they were a part of this too. Okay.
I don't know, but they typically are.
They are a part of most conferences I've been at. I don't remember specifically that, but they were a part of.
Then are we doing any, because I know I've heard them speak numerous times on different things. And they said that they could hire all the welders and all the masons they could get straight off the bat. So are we doing anything to get those programs?
Well, we do have at
Students
Liberty
certified?
High School, we do have actually a dual enrollment welding class right now.
What about masonry? Are we in the works for masonry?
We have not explored that yet, but part of what we have to do is we have to look at local industry demands and think about course offerings. And so that's part of what we do with Mr. Haas is to see what are the industries out there, and then over the next few years, how do we get those programs built up?
Okay. And then you listed somewhere in here that manufacturing. Now, when I think of manufacturing, I think of a factory. But what is this entailing?
So I think you're talking, it does entail welding. It has some of the, and I might need some help from my high school principal, some of the manufacturing courses or agricultural courses. Do you know, Josh?
It's a lot through our tech ed classes, so it leads into advanced manufacturing. There's a lot of laser printer use, those kind of things in that. Also just, they make projects out of woodworking, lathes.
Thank you.
Well, that was a very impressive lineup. I know we've had a lot of interest in our CTE programs lately, and I don't think a lot of the people in the community realize just how much we are doing, and I appreciate the continued focus on doing more and being more responsive to the needs in our business community. So thank you, and look forward to hearing that conversation, and look forward to hearing more conversations about changing bell schedules to have one system countywide. That's going to be a very interesting discussion. All right, since I'm guessing we can probably not discuss assessment in 5 minutes,
Well, I could. No, I.
then let's go ahead and break early for dinner, and we will resume that discussion at the appropriate time after the 7 o'clock session.
Sounds good.
Oh, yes, they are.
Would anybody know
I think Dr.
Speaker
Burns,
Dave.
we're gonna have to virtual here. I mean, how long?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah. You can't
The
afford
state
to
law
pay
says
that.
you're not supposed to, isn't it?
And you can't, but you can't pay those fees. And if it's Wilson, it's $136. At least on paper, right now.
You know what, the food for better.
Yeah.
Lawyers are getting a lot of money.
I got a transfer to a spreadsheet, I don't know how much it's going. Normally I do that.
Right, I'd like to resume this meeting of the Bedford County School Board. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Recognition of students and/or staff, Mr. Ryan Edwards.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Bergen, would you please come forward? Tonight, we recognize a teacher from Liberty High School who has gone above and beyond to help make our school division what it is. Earlier this year, Liberty High School English teacher Matt Usselton became the latest Bedford County Teacher of the Year. It's a high enough honor in itself. Close to 1,000 teachers in Bedford County winning Teacher of the Year is a big deal. Usselton wasn't finished there. He applied for and then was awarded Virginia's Region 5 Teacher of the Year. Region 5 is the largest region in Virginia, and this made Mr. Usselton one of only 8 finalists for Virginia Teacher of the Year. There's somewhere in the neighborhood of 90,000 teachers in Virginia. One of the final 8 is way beyond a big deal. Tonight we recognize Bedford County and Virginia Region 5 Teacher of the Year, Mr. Matt Usselton.
Mr. Hustleton, I wore my Liberty mask tonight just for you. All right, we will now move into the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. The public comment portion is limited to 25 minutes. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes, while anyone representing an organized group will be allowed 5 minutes, provided they are the sole speaker from that group or organization. Speakers may not give their time to another speaker. Speakers are asked to state their name, address, voting district, and organization or group if applicable. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 25-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting and that we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, abusive, or hateful language. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 3 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as timekeeper for our cumulative 25-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 3-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send them or give them to Mrs. Johnson, and she will give them to board members. Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Chairman, we have 7 speakers that are scheduled this evening. Dave Dietrich, Rachel Cooper, Joy Carey on behalf of Moms for Liberty, Wendy Dunmeyer, Amy Sneed, Benjamin Briscoe on behalf of Bedford County Patriots, and Christina Childress on behalf of the Bedford County Education Association.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Dietrich.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, critical race theory is embedded in culturally responsive teaching, a euphemism for the former. Under the deceptive guise of social justice, diversity, and equity, CRT systematically deconstructs and repudiates the vision of our founders. What was the founding vision? It can be seen in the preamble to the Declaration of Independence. All people, in all places and at all times, are entitled to God-given natural rights. There are no exceptions under any pretext. This makes the United States of America a nation based upon an exceptional ideal. It is the responsibility of government to protect these inherent rights, including through facilitating education. Educators are the stewards of that sublime American ideal. When government fails to protect natural rights, it is being unjust and tyrannical. Today, we are racing toward a dangerous precipice. Under a seductive mirage, the American ideal is undermined by an ideology that employs condemnation, redistribution, and imagined redress. By rigorous censorship, student access to the real story of America is also denied. All of this is done without parental concurrence, for consent of the governed is inimical to CRT. CRT cannot educate and unite, but only indoctrinate and divide. CRT does so through so-called social justice, diversity, equity, and multiculturalism. These are cultural Marxist concepts. Under them, we are no longer united around the sublime ideal of God-given natural rights for all and equality for all under the law. We become a people separated. Promoters demand special attention and favor for some. Others are condemned uncritically and without forgiveness and compassion. History is rewritten. Mostly, the common bond of liberty is weakened by the dictates of those granting themselves special powers to determine unique subcultures, real or imagined, also threatening the vision of the founders in the process. Is this the education we want for our children? No. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Rachel Cooper.
Hello, my name is Rachel Cooper. I live in District 7, and I would like to thank all of our military men and women who have served our country tonight as well. As a veteran's wife, my husband's right back there, and our son goes to Bedford Primary. I'd like to address why my son's medical records were released from the school without permission, why his medical records were also lost He's been unable to take his medication until his actual nurse was to come back in. For the nurse who was stepped in, it was a HIPAA violation. It is under investigation. Y'all will get a report from his doctor's office when the investigation is done, because they sent several times his medical records. I sent them, and so is his father. They were lost. They have no idea where they went or who had access to them. It makes me very concerned that my son was told he would not get his EpiPen if he had an allergic reaction, because they didn't have it on file when it was sent to them. They even had his EpiPen, but refused to say that he could have it if he needed it. I also will say that I do not agree with children who cannot wear masks due to disability or any other medical reasons to be punished and told you will not be able to participate in the contest of wearing a mask and get a reward at anything. I do not agree with that, because my child is one of them. I know it is okay to teach our children to lose, but not like that. Because there's several other children in Bedford County schools who can't wear masks. And to tell a child you're not going to participate is wrong. Because how is my 6-year-old supposed to feel when he's the only one in his class who cannot wear a mask and get told, you will have to sit this out? That's not okay at all. And that needs to be addressed. Miss Amanda is a wonderful nurse. She got the paperwork right away, put it on file, and has been giving my son his medicine every day when it's needed. And she also has a EpiPen and said it will be kept safe. It's sad to say that we had a nurse in our school system. This is the second time a nurse was hired in Bedford County that was hired for Bedford Primary that was lost medical documents. That's not okay. That's why I love Nurse Amanda. She called me right away when she realized the paperwork was missing and wanted to know why it was missing. She also communicated with the doctor's office, who also told her the documents were sent. And they have all the proof of it. I just need y'all to keep in mind that our children's safety, their medical documents need to be kept safe at all costs. Because if it gets out and our children are in danger or need their EpiPens and can't be administered to them, it's very sad. My 6-year-old can give it to himself, and I understand that the schools won't let him, but he was taught how to use it in case he ever needed to. And that's all I have to say. Have a great night.
Longest for Liberty has 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm Joy Carey. My daughter was an active, young, healthy, vibrant college student who was voted to be team captain this year. She's a junior in college, and she was going to be the starting guard. My daughter's university required that she had to get the vaccine in order to return to campus and in order to participate in her sports. After receiving the second dose of the vaccine, we had to rush my daughter to the emergency room. She fell very ill. I want to share a few words with what my daughter went through because of the vaccine. She says, after taking the vaccine, I started to throw up blood and poop blood. It was so painful at times. I felt like I was dying. I lost 35 pounds in 2 weeks. I had to quit my job. I was bedridden. I had to quit the one sport I played my whole life. I was failing in school. Nothing felt right. I never thought a simple shot would take everything away from me. You are a burden. Why can't I see your rib cage? You're so skinny. You might as well quit. You can't even run down the court. This is what people told her because of the vaccine. You must be on drugs. Every single day, her mind just got deeper and deeper away. She felt like she was ugly. She felt like she was worthless, and she felt like she disappointed our family. I'm here because now they're saying that there's going to be a mandatory vaccine for children 5 to 11. My son is in that category, and he attends Bedford County schools, and I do not agree with that. I've already watched my daughter suffer. We had a family member die because of the vaccine, not COVID, the vaccine. We had several family members that got sick because of the vaccine, and I'm standing here for all the children of Bedford County because they should not have to be forced.
Wendy Dunmeyer.
Hello. As he said, my name is Wendy Dunmeyer. I live in District 4. Thank you all for your service here, as well as our veterans. Our Be Bold Bedford movement started this September, and I said to myself from the beginning, if I could just get face-to-face time with the board members that voted for masking, I would ask them, what is their line that they are not willing to cross for the safety of these kids? And on election day, I was able to spend the day in Manita with the Johnsons and also the Holbrook family. I happened to ask Jason that day, what would you do if the experimental vaccine was mandated for 5 to 11-year-olds? And I'm glad I followed your speech here. His answer is, we would have to see what the law says.
No.
And that was all I needed to hear to know that what we have been working on since the election season began was worthwhile. And as we heard from thousands of voters on November 2nd, this mandate is their line in the sand. They are not willing to cross it. Secondly, on October 7th, my husband and I dropped off a handful of petitions to each of the board members here, as well as in the mail to Wendell Walker, Bob Good, Steve Newman, Kathy Byron, all of which support our efforts. This petition was drafted on behalf of the supporters of Bedford County Patriots because of your lack of response to prior requests to move the meeting location and lengthen the speaking times. Your own board members have asked for the same in previous meetings, and it has been ignored. It's a shame that it required a petition to see any movement on this topic. I think it was Mr. Hill that brought up the idea to rotate the meetings into each district, which after talking about it with several people, we agree that this would give each school an opportunity to showcase their building, talk about problems that are in their specific areas, etc. Finally, why are your teachers stressed? And what is an immediate action that you can take today? We would ask that you would please reconsider the ban of parents in your building. Your teachers and our children need their support. I have been a volunteer in 2 different schools for 4 years, throughout the library, in the classrooms, doing bulletin boards for teachers, doing things outside for the teachers. I was there 1 to 3 days a week between Thomas Jefferson and Forest Middle School. Who is helping the teachers fill in where the parents are not there anymore? Let back the parents in to have lunch with their younger kids.
Yes.
Let them help plan and facilitate upcoming holiday parties. There is no logical reason the parents are being kept out of the classroom. Any number of parents and their kids could show up at Target, and the next day they're back in school and they have masks on and parents aren't allowed in the building. Is this about safety or the governor's compliance?
That's right.
Let the parents back in. The only thing that it's going to cost you is a little bit of courage.
Thank you, Ms. Dunmeyer. Amy Sneed.
Good evening. My name is Amy Sneed and I'm in District 7. I also am a part of the organization Moms for Liberty, and our organization does seek to work with school boards and parents. I want to draw your attention to some concerns regarding reading materials that are available in our high school libraries. For parents and families that are listening here or maybe watching online, I will do my best to keep my talk at a PG-13 level, but please know that adult subject matter will be discussed, so if you would like to ask your children to step outside for a few minutes, please feel free to do so. It's come to my attention, as you've heard nationally as well, that books are available in our libraries that are inappropriate, at various age levels. For example, the book The Kite Runner by Khalid Husseini, which has been found at all 3 high school libraries in Bedford County, details in graphic explanation a homosexual rape. In Beloved by Toni Morrison, rape and bestiality are described in horrible detail. There are 8 references. I can tell you from my own experience that I attempted to read that book when I was in my 20s, and I actually stopped because it was so disturbing. You've been provided a list tonight by Ms. Johnson of the books that I'm recommending be removed from the library. This is in no way any attempt to suppress the freedom of speech in writing or censorship. However, simply to remove language and imagery that is not appropriate at this age level. For example, I will reference the book The Glass Castle by Jeanette Walls. You received a copy of several different pages and quotes from that, which I will not read for the very reasons I'm discussing why it should not be in our classroom. If any one of these lines from that page I gave you were texted from one student to another, or written on a note or left in a locker, they would be a violation of the Code of Conduct RB5 located on page 30 of the 2021-22 Code of Conduct, as well as RB8 and RB9. That's classified as a level 2 violation and would be result in detention or in-school suspension. So my question to you is, if that can't be said or texted, why is it available in our libraries? If you aren't sure what I'm saying is true, choose a book from that list, read it, and tell me if you would wrap it up and put it underneath the Christmas tree of a teenager you love. Please hear me out. I am not faulting any member of this board for the presence of these materials, but they have made their way into our bookshelves of the libraries in the last over the years, but it's our responsibility to take them out, and I am requesting that they be removed immediately and an audit of the school libraries be conducted. I do have a local children's librarian, author, and member of the Classical Conversations Education Committee who has volunteered her time to replace the questionable content with books that still handle tough topics, but without introducing such language and imagery to our students. A few years ago, I read the book The Hiding Place by Corrie ten Boom. She details the experiences of her family in concentration camps during the Holocaust. In a particularly memorable portion, she asks her father about sex sin, as she calls it. She doesn't understand what that means. I'll finish in just a second. I'm almost done, I promise. He tells her, her father hands her a very heavy suitcase, much too heavy for a small child to carry. He tells her, I would be a pretty poor father who would ask a little girl to carry such a load. It's the same way with you, Corrie, with knowledge. Some knowledge is too heavy for children. When you are older and stronger, you can bear it. But for now, you must trust me to carry it for you. I'm here tonight to tell you that while I personally find many of these topics completely inappropriate at any age, with reference to our school-age children, the knowledge of these things is much too heavy to bear.
Briscoe with the Bedford County Patriots has 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ben Briscoe. I'm in District 2 in Bedford County. I have 6-year-old twins that attend Bedford Primary School, thanks to a zone change request that I put in just before last school year. My little girl has an IEP through the county because of delayed speech and issues with learning regarding that. And this is something that I have very actively been attempting to address even as early as age 2. I have brought in speech pathologists and speech therapists to help coach her to be able to pronounce words correctly. Something that has been hugely helpful at home is her ability to look at my face when I speak to her, and for me to look at her face when she speaks to me. My little boy has a newfound and growing fear of the world that we live in due to unsolicited explanation of current events that others believe he should be concerned with. That is an ongoing discussion that I needed to have, but not in the way that I'm forced to now. Now, as I look around me tonight, I see both people donning masks and those without, and I understand that that is due to an individualistic response to the input that we receive regarding our own personal health and the impact that new and rising trends may have on it. However, I'm not here to talk about an adult's ability to choose what is right or wrong for them. I'm here to talk about a parent's ability to choose what is right or wrong for their child.
Yes.
I, for one, did not send my children to public school so that they may be indoctrinated, or so that they would be taught to be bound by fear or damned to a life of servitude, all in the name of the greater good. We all have the ability to think for ourselves as to what is or is not okay, but the moment that we begin to foist our opinion upon people that are too young to decide for themselves is the moment that we step into something truly unforgivable. It is a parent's responsibility to bring up their child. It is a parent's responsibility to teach them the difference between right and wrong. But most importantly, it is a parent's responsibility to protect the liberties given by God and promised at birth to their children. Part of developmental growth and social understanding is based on body language. Facial expression accounts for 55% of the understood meaning or conveyance of a message. And that means that you are by default disadvantaging both of my children, one of whom already has issues with communication, and the other, along with many children in the county, is now functioning with a mandated handicap inflicted upon him by you on this board. To touch on the other half, any teacher, administrator, official, or public servant that works to strike fear into the hearts or minds of impressionable young children by telling them that they need a mask for protection against what I and many others in the county believe to be a ploy for removal of rights should be out of a job effective immediately. There is too much misunderstanding, politicizing, profiteering, and propagandist rhetoric revolving around this so-called pandemic for any of you to undermine a parent's right to decide for their child, and for you to cause them inescapable fear regarding something that, quite frankly, is a lie and a sham, is grounds for legal action. Additionally, to isolate a child because they don't fall in line as loyal subjects is to punish those brave enough to think outside the box that their government so graciously provided them. Much like what happened to Socrates or even Giordano Bruno, who both resisted and brought about new ways of thinking in long-standing fields of science until sentenced to death, you are condemning them because of disagreement with the new social norms prescribed to us by our lovely government that surely isn't corrupted by monetary favor and backroom dealings, certainly doesn't have a history of overstepping their bounds directly onto our sovereignty as free citizens, and without a doubt, doesn't want to profit off of the fear and division that they create amongst different classes and demographics. To respect the rule of law is an honorable thing. To be able to determine the difference between rule of law and mob rule is a requirement to live freely in society. To bow to the will of tyrants is to be a coward. To allow children to be subjected to the rhetoric of those put in place by trial or election who vehemently despise individual liberty is a curse to the American way of life. Make the right decisions, respect individual liberty before rule of law, honor a parent's right to decide, and keep fear-driven propaganda out of the mouths of those that we employ and the ears of the new generation being taught by them. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Briscoe. Christina Childers, BCEA, 5 minutes.
Good evening. Tonight I speak on behalf of the Bedford County Education Association. After a rather bumpy start to the 2021-22 school year, tonight I just come with some words of gratitude, a thank you note, if you will. We as staff have noticed decisions that BCPS leadership is making to help our staff, and we just want to say thank you. Thank you for extra compensation for ELL teachers who have been spread way too thin across the division. Thank you for extra pay for covering classes, now both for teachers and for paraprofessionals, whose days are interrupted by emergencies. Thank you for overtime pay for custodians who are understaffed and have to work extra hours to keep our schools safe and sanitary. Thank you so very much for 5 extra teacher workdays, one of which is tomorrow, and they will literally help ease the burden of time loss that extra money cannot cover. Thank you for trying to hire site-based substitutes who would be available in buildings with the lowest job fill rate. We are so excited to see these people, and we're kind of wondering if a parade would be too strong or appropriate. We as staff see the central office instruction team covering classes in our buildings when no substitutes can be found. In my 20 years as an educator, that has never happened that we have seen. And it speaks well to the value that you are placing on instruction. So, the BCA would like to thank you for all you are doing, and we see your work firsthand. We are still tired, probably more than before, but we are cautiously optimistic that you are listening and that you are trying and that everybody has the same goal in mind. There's still more to do. We have plenty of suggestions for anyone willing to listen. We have suggestions about library staffing and social worker caseloads and nutrition staff compensation, substitute teacher pay, and even that pesky copier toner, which is now literally gone in 3 schools. We're always ready with suggestions. But tonight we just want to thank you. We hope you will continue to listen, especially to the results of the pending salary study that the division is undertaking. And ultimately, we just pray that you will prioritize staff over stuff as we enter a new budget cycle. So, for real, just thank you. Cool.
Parents are the answer.
Thank you, Ms. Childress. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda as listed.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Mealy to approve the consent agenda as presented. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Leamy. Any discussion? None, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved unanimously. So now we will go back to the staff reports that we did not get to before the dinner break. And so, Dr. Woodford, now that you've had some time to prepare. So assessment update, Dr. Woodford and Mr. Blankenship.
We're gonna start with Mr. Blankenship and then he'll pass it over to me. But we do want to share just some assessment updates from the Virginia Department of Education and just give you some data information from first quarter and talk you through a little bit of that. And then also share what the instruction team is doing to address the data concerns. And so I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Blankenship.
Thank you. First of all, let's start out with where we are now, which is where we were 2 years ago in terms of accreditation ratings, because we have held the same accreditation ratings that we had in 2019-20, and that was based on the data, the testing data from the 2018-19 school year. So just a quick rehash of where we were or where we are. Liberty Middle School is accredited with conditions, and all the other schools are accredited. And I just put some notes there of where we had some issues with Liberty Middle School was in the achievement gap in English. And those gap groups, just to cover those, there are some based on race, ethnicity. There also are students with disabilities, English language learners, and disadvantaged students. So those are the gap groups I'm talking about. They measure in those groups. Also, from that data from 2018-19, there was some other areas of concern in other schools that had level 2 or sometimes one had level 3. That is the rating for how these groups performed on the math and English test at that time. Just a couple notes. So there were no tests administered in spring of 2020 because schools closed down and we didn't test. In spring of 21, as you've heard probably, the scores were not great. Some of that was due to the fact that our participation rate was down. Students who were out of virtual, some of them chose not to come in to take the test or were absent. So we had a lower participation rate that year. And also in Bedford County, the students who did take the test and who scored in that normal range where we would give them an expedited retake or a retake right after the test, we didn't give those because of time and the mitigation strategies and just bringing them back in for another test. So we did not do those expedited retakes. So if you look at this, we're basically right now rated on a school year in which in most of our schools, the majority of those students have moved on from elementary to middle to high, and some of our high schoolers are out in the real world now. So that's just some notes on where we are as far as rating. Going forward, this school year, for the 2022-23 accreditation year, the state has informed us that we are going to be measured on the 2017-18, 2018-19, and then this current school year, 2021-22,
22. Those would be the 3 sets of testing data that would be used in the 3-year average. You can make accreditation through the 1 year, which would be this school year, or the 3-year average. And so also you could show improvement, and that improvement would be from the 2018-19 data to this year. So that's what's going to be used for accreditation calculations this school year. So something that happened fairly recently was that the General Assembly mandated a common growth assessment for all students in grades 3 through 8 in reading and in math. So we've completed that for the fall. This common growth assessment is required, and it will be over a 3-year period. It's going to build up to a 3 tests per year. This current school year, we've just been testing one time in the fall and then again in the spring. So this test is also going to have a parent portal available. Now that will become available on Monday, the 15th of November. We probably won't be rolling it out on the 15th of November because we have a lot of planning to do. But that parent portal is going to allow these parents of students in grades 3 through 8 to see their child's summary of student performance and see how they did on these tests. And that would allow them to work with these students at home if they chose. So this is kind of a guide here. So this is the first year of these growth assessments. And as you can see, we've given the fall, and then the spring SOL will be the full length SOL. On these growth assessments, it's basically a shortened version of your SOL. The SOL content's there. It is based on last year's SOL. So a 4th grader this year would be assessed on 3rd grade SOLs in the fall. And then in the spring, they would have the full 4th grade SOL test. So that SOL in the spring never changes. It's always going to be the full-length SOL, and that is what's going to be basically your pass or fail for your SOL. The growth assessments that are administered right now in the fall and next year in the fall and the winter, and then the SOL in the spring, those will be used to measure growth on students who do not pass the SOL. So if a student does not pass in the spring, we can look back to their fall or winter scores and determine whether that student, even though they failed, showed growth throughout the year. So basically, the other thing about these progress assessments would be we can show or tell right now, and teachers, this is why it's so important for teachers to have this data, what students have mastered and what should come next. It's kind of a measure of how they are, the students are performing at this point, and so they can design and plan for what they need to teach, what they need to reteach. The actual report is called a student descriptor by question report, which has each SOL listed that's assessed, and the teachers can look at those reports and tell, if certain SOLs the students did not do well on, they can also go back and work with that. These growth assessments don't have a passing score, so it's not a pass or fail test, and there is no summary report by division. So we can't say that 70 or 80% of our students are passing these because it does not have a pass-fail on there. So there's no summary reports for this. It's basically meant to be used by teachers and parents and all staff to determine where these students are and to work forward from that. At this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Woodford for her assessment data.
Thank you, Mr. Blankenship. As you can see, there have been many updates to state requirements, and the instruction team implemented a plan this summer to gather assessment data to ensure that teachers had the information they needed to address learning loss. After receiving feedback from teachers, I do want you to know we have adjusted that schedule for the second 9 weeks and for the rest of the school year, and I'll explain a little bit why we are doing that. So just to give you an idea, we have state assessments that are required, and then we have local assessments that we were using to kind of fill in the gaps. So our state assessments, our kindergartners take the VKRP, which is a Virginia Kindergarten Readiness test. It measures social emotional skills, some reading skills, and math skills. The state is also giving growth assessments in math, as Mr. Blankenship said, for grades 3 through 8. In reading, the state requires us to give the PALS literacy screening in kindergarten through 3rd grade, and then the PALS Plus in grades 4 and 5, which is also a literacy screening of sorts, a reading leveling test, and then also growth assessments in reading for grades 3 through 8. Based on what state assessments we had available, we as an instruction team went in and tried to think about local assessments that could give our teachers some data in those holes. And so we started with using IXL, which is a math program. It's online, giving the diagnostic math test to grades 1 and 2 to give us a little bit more math data. And then our instruction team began to work on benchmarks. We do have benchmarks that are ready to roll out at the end of this 9 weeks. We wanted to be sure that we had adjusted our pacing guides this summer to address learning loss and to address the skills that we knew were high level that we needed to review. And we also wanted to get teacher feedback about the benchmarks, because we knew that our teachers who are giving those benchmarks and teaching the content could give us some really good feedback. So those benchmarks are coming out the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th quarter. For reading, for grade levels, we wanted to use our Basel series and give what we call the HMH reading assessment, and we were going to give that grades 2 through 12 for the entire year. But after some feedback from teachers, we realized that adding that reading assessment in addition to the PALS data that we were already getting for K-5, that we really needed to back off of that, and then we will start to use our own reading benchmarks that have been created by our instruction team and our teachers. So HMH, you may be hearing some about that. We got some baseline data, but we won't be using that again. It'll be an optional tool if teachers feel like they need it. Locally, we do require a writing sample from kindergarten through 12th grade every 9 weeks. We feel like that's important to ensure that we're monitoring writing instruction. And then we do have select schools that won't be doing benchmarks this year. They're going to be using the MAP assessment. The MAP assessment is a very skill-specific test. We were able to get that specifically for our schools who are in-school improvement, Liberty Middle School, who is a school that's accredited with conditions, and then our schools who had some of those Tier 2 and Tier 3 indicators in the Liberty Zone and some in the Stanton River Zone. So we do have some select schools that are using MAP testing exclusively, and we're not going to ask them to replicate that with a benchmark test. So I just wanted you to understand some of that, because we do have a variety of assessments that we're looking at this year. So I want to share some of the data, and I tried to stay a little bit more high level and more division wide. Even though we have schools that are using some specific tests, and those very specific tests like MAP testing and HMH or diagnostic testing, the teachers are using that very well to figure out what skills need to be remediated in their students. So I'm going to give you a little bit higher level data. For our VKRP math, our kindergartners coming into kindergarten scored a 77% passing or at benchmark for math, which is a very strong start for our kindergartners. We were very pleased with that. In our IXL diagnostic math for grades 1 and 2, 79% of our first graders and 70% of our second graders were able to meet the benchmark for the beginning of their grade level. Again, we felt very good about that those students were coming with some pretty solid skills and thinking about as they move forward in their grade level. For PALS, again, our kindergartners, their beginning benchmark, 75% net benchmark, were at grade level. Our first graders, 71% met the benchmark. That does not mean that 71% at the end of the year will still be where they need to be. That just means they're ready and they have the skills at the beginning of the year, and we will continue to work on remediating their weaknesses. Our second graders were a little bit lower, with 63% of our students meeting the beginning of the year benchmark. Our teachers have been using PALS K-5 for many, many years. There are lots of smaller assessments. Our reading specialists know how to use PALS to remediate and work with students. So we feel good that that gave us some really good data for our students. Our PALS Plus, PALS for third grade, 72% of our students at grade level. Fourth grade with our PALS Plus, 85%, and fifth grade, 77%. So we feel really good about our elementary reading data and for the most part math data. We don't have any other specific math data other than our growth assessments, which I'm going to hit on in just a minute. And as Mr. Blankenship said, there's no pass or fail with the growth assessments. So in looking at our growth assessments in particular, as Mr. Blankenship said, our growth assessments are now required in reading and math, and there is no pass-fail. To compute growth, the Virginia Department of Education has given divisions a table that contain ranges of student scores from a level 1 to a level 4 and beyond. The ranges are used specifically to show growth between grade levels at different times of the year. It is a very confusing chart, and we have practiced as an instructional team multiple times with Mr. Blankenship trying to read those charts and determine growth. And so if any of you would like us to go through that privately with you, we'll be happy to. We felt like it was a little bit much for a good Thursday night at a board meeting, but we are happy to share those tables with you if you're interested in learning a little bit more. We did take the ranges, the instruction team, to work and try to predict the percentage of content from last year's SOLs that our students may be confident in. I want to be sure to say that this is our educated guess at this time, and it's not information that we're receiving from the Virginia Department of Education. We are basically looking at student scores who appear to be in the higher ranges of those tiers, and we are saying we feel pretty good that here's where our content is. It's not an exact science. So I say that as you're looking at these scores. For instance, I'd like you to look at the third grade reading. If we were to use in our educated guessing on these ranges, we would say that about 51% of our kids, we feel confident, understand the second grade reading skills from the year before. In math, our third graders, we only feel really confident about 23% of those students. Now, I do want to give a little caveat here because these scores appear low. These third graders are coming back to school. They've never had an SOL test. They've never had SOL testing practice, which we do a lot before we give a spring SOL. For many of them, it was the first time that they took an online test in a TestNav program, because remember last year, we didn't really have those programs. We had a lot of students virtual. We were just getting them back this fall. And we just didn't focus on SOL testing practice like we did. These are first graders, these third graders, so did not have a normal school year last year, and also left in March of their first grade year. So we know that we have a lot of work to do there. So we're saying that as an instructional team, we see and we're almost expecting some deficits there. Again, educated guesses for math and reading in fourth and fifth grade. Very happy with our reading assessments. We have some concerns with some math deficits that our supervisor of math has been hitting hard since before school started. And I don't think that that is a whole lot different from what we saw in some of our spring SOL tests. Our kids scored rather low in math. Looking at our 6th through 8th grade growth assessments, again, just the caveat, we are making predictions. This is not a pass-fail. You will see that just as we saw in our SOL data that we shared with you 2 board meetings ago, our 8th graders, 35% that we feel confident, that kind of mirrors that 7th grade SOL test that they took in the spring, and those scores were very low. So all of those things we've addressed, we hit the road coming in kind of fast on those, and we had trainings for our teachers. Our math teachers are very aware. We built into our pacing guide extra support in math, and so again, In our predictions, these are pretty low, but I want to assure you the instruction team is working on that. And so to hear a little bit about what the instruction team is doing, I am going to pass it over to Dr. Trosper.
So previously, the instruction team gave updates to the board on work we are doing to support teachers and students as we began the school year. And so the team shared our goals of supporting schools and addressing unfinished learning from the previous 2 school years, and then giving our students the knowledge, skills, attributes, and experiences identified by employers, by higher education, and the State Board of Education is critical for our future success. So now all core subjects now have access to pacing guides, curriculum resources, and division assessment calendars. Our goal has been to collect common data across the division so we can provide strategic supports to schools whose data demonstrates areas of need. So now that we have a clearer picture of where our students are in their learning, I will be updating you on how we're supporting schools in meeting the academic needs of their students. Since the board approved the restructuring of the instruction team, we have continued to work hard to support schools in their efforts to recover from the pandemic. In addition to the work done in the summer and as shared with the board in September, the instruction team is engaged in the following supports. Since the most recent update, we've made it a priority to be a visible presence in schools. We have intentionally visited each Bedford County school to be in classrooms, meet with teachers and administrators to discuss data, to share teaching resources, attend leadership team meetings, and even cover classrooms and substitutes cannot be found. Our goal has been to serve our schools in whatever way schools need during this very challenging start to the school year. Our team has developed a collaborative culture with other departments in Bedford County. So for example, we collaborated with the Supervisor of Professional Learning, Ms. Sherry Weiss, to provide professional development to schools based on individual school needs. Some examples of professional development offered include unpacking the standards, objective writing, backwards design process, Canvas training for new hires, best practices for strategies in reading and student engagement, and strategies for hands-on learning. As an additional support for new hires, our team has also met with them individually as needed and as a group. The supervisors have been available upon administrators' request to assist in lesson planning and implementation. Moving forward, we will continue to collaborate not only with schools, but with other directors and their teams at the school board office. As we have visited schools, we have conducted classroom walkthroughs and provided feedback. I have personally conducted observations with and for principals, not only in schools where we have concerns, but also with some of our new principals as a means to help them grow as instructional leaders. Every year, principals, along with their leadership teams, create comprehensive school improvement plans. This process includes a rigorous analysis of data, creation of goals, and developing action steps to meet these goals. The instructional team has collaborated with schools to disaggregate the data and to develop plans of actions to meet individual school needs. After plans were submitted, Dr. Cornett and I provided feedback to administrators on their CSIP, or their school improvement plan, including meeting individually with new principals. As Dr. Woodford shared, in order to collect meaningful data and that's relevant on student learning, schools have been given a variety of assessments. The instruction team has supported schools by training administrators and staff in our new division assessment platform, Master Connect, as well as other programs, assisting schools in implementing these assessments and meeting with teachers, departments, grade levels, and even schools to analyze the data. At a principals meeting on November 9th, administrators were given additional training on using student learning data in our schools. Principals were challenged with the question, are you a data collector or are you a data user? They were given tools to support the implementation of data cultures in schools and through a continued effort to support students in recovering learning loss from the pandemic by using data to inform practices within their schools. Additionally, members of our teams have met with school leadership teams, departments, reading specialists, and individual teachers to support them in implementing these data-driven strategies that lead to student achievement. And moving forward, the division will have common math and English benchmarks, as Dr. Woodford shared, at the end of each quarter so we can continue to monitor student progress and develop plans of support. In addition to the assessment supports we've already discussed, our team has been involved in creation of and implementation of alternate assessments. During the last presentation, we shared that in 2014, the General Assembly amended the Code of Virginia to replace 5 history standards of learning tests. In lieu of SOL tests, this legislation required that each local school division administer a locally developed alternative assessment consistent with the Virginia Department of Education guidelines. They give us some flexibility, they give us some autonomy to the local school divisions, and they allow for multiple assessments throughout the school year rather than one test at the end of the year. And so we do have some alternate assessments in English, science, and social studies having the largest number. To prepare, the team has created videos explaining the process, as well as how to score assessments using the new common rubric developed by the DOE. Letters were also prepared for schools to send home to each grade level that has an alternate assessment. These assessments were designed by our Bedford County teachers. Graded rubrics were sent home to parents so they knew how their students performed. And our emphasis continues to be on skills that align with the 5 C's of the profile of the Virginia graduate: critical thinking, creative thinking, communication, collaboration, and citizenship skills. Alternate assessments are an excellent way to develop these skills outside of traditional classroom assessments. Earlier, Mr. Blankenship mentioned the school quality profiles and their role in reporting school performance. The instruction team has also used these profiles to develop strategic supports to schools, especially our schools who have been identified as level 3 in any category. Because they have been classified as level 3, they are also required to undergo a monitoring process with the Virginia Department of Education. This process involves 3 coaching meetings during the school year where principals share school data, SMART goals, and essential actions. In follow-up visits, they share updates on implementation and impact to students. The first monitoring meetings took place November the 4th, and our principals received positive feedback from the Office of School Quality for the work they are doing, and we are very proud of how they represented their communities, their schools in Bedford County. As a division, we are supporting these schools by attending leadership team meetings, conducting observations, walkthroughs, facilitating collaboration among these administrators, and really supporting the unique needs of each school. Most recently, Dr. Woodford, along with various members of the instruction team and other staff, led an academic review of Liberty Middle School. We spent 2 days immersed in the school, going into classrooms, evaluating lesson plans and assessments, and interviewing teachers. We developed a comprehensive plan of essential actions and expectations designed to improve student academic achievement in the area of English language arts. I've attended webinars offered by the Office of School Quality on topics such as conducting a comprehensive needs assessment, key components of a school improvement plan, how to improve graduation rates and reduce dropout rates, and understanding the monitoring process. Principals of level 3 schools will attend with me as we work to improve concerns over student achievement in our level 3 schools. So moving forward, the instruction team plans to be very intentional in our response to student learning needs. We are committed to remaining a visible presence in schools while collaborating with principals and division leadership to develop solutions to the challenges associated with recovering learning loss from the pandemic. We'll do so through our commitment to promoting professional growth, providing targeted intervention to schools, and maintaining a focus on our mission, which is empowering learners for student success. So at this time, we'll take any questions.
Questions from the board? Ms. Hairston?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Trosper, just a question for you. The academic review that you just mentioned, that was held at Liberty Middle School, where you guys were engaging the teachers and talking, I would like to know a little bit more about that. And I don't expect for you to share that with me tonight, but if you could certainly prepare in the next, say, week or so, an opportunity for you and I to just really discuss a little bit more in depth.
Sure.
Okay, what that discussion review consisted of. I just want to say kudos to these kindergarten through second graders. And to the parents and the teachers and our staff here. That's really amazing data that we have here, and I think we have a lot to be proud of. And I'm curious in terms of the growth data, how the teachers are using the growth data. So if Dr. Woodford, you could just expound upon that a little bit for me.
So what is really exciting for the first time, Mr. Blankenship has set every 3rd grade through 8th grade teacher up with their own Pearson account. So they get immediate SOL data when their students take these growth assessments. And it is broken down, as Mr. Blankenship shared, by skill and question. And so teachers are using their planning, and as they're preparing, they're looking at the skill deficits that were noted on that growth assessment, and they're using those specifically for remediation and to target any type of weaknesses they may see, any content that was missed, and in some cases where you see a very low being able to understand the content prior. Sorry, my words are leaving me. I turned up the heat to move things along, and I'm so sorry because I know, Dr. Dewis fixed that. So they're looking at any skill deficits from the grade level prior, and they are doing whole group lessons to fix that content and to give the students what they need. You know, our goal is to have students in school as much as possible so that we can make up that learning loss. But I do think this is a great time for teachers having such quick access to data that we've never had before. And I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that, because feel free. But Mr. Blankenship got that out very quickly. Some school divisions haven't even rolled it out, and he got that. And I will also say a thank you to the school board for helping us get testing coordinators in our elementary and middle schools, because they have been working with teachers to look at data. They have been running reports for teachers, and all of that data collection and that data dissemination takes so much time. And Mark's team Mr. Blankenship's team has really been working with the testing coordinators to get that out to teachers and make it accessible, because if you have the data, then you can use it. So
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Mark, for doing that.
Well, I mean, those test coordinators are working hard in
Yeah.
the schools. They really
Kudos.
are. And they're working with the data, which is good, because so many times they're just testing students, but they're going beyond that and working with teachers and those principals, administrators on data.
Fantastic. I love the fact that you guys have shared and talked about, each of you, regarding the teacher feedback, really seeking out and encouraging that dialogue between the teachers. So I'm curious as to what some of maybe the top 3 concerns from this teacher feedback, this dialogue that you had with them. What were some of those concerns?
Well, in particular, the feedback I was talking about with the assessment pieces was that the assessment calendars we put out were a little overwhelming for teachers.
Okay.
And the reason was, when we created those assessment calendars, we were thinking, like everyone, that we would be coming back into school and, everything would be okay. And then what we saw happening was we were struggling to find teachers. We were struggling to get our paras working in small groups. And so our teachers were trying to make up tests. They were trying to test by themselves. So the amount of assessment we were asking them to do was too much. So they were doing assessment and then unable to really do anything with that. So the feedback that Dr. Bergen received and I received was, could we relook at that assessment requirements and only give what really would help them make more effective data decisions? And so that is what Dr. Trosper's team worked on to tweak those calendars, and they're going out. As far as instructional needs, Dr. Trosper may know more, a little bit more.
The assessment, we're going to share that with the administrators. I'm actually ready to go. I haven't done it yet, so just want to make sure we have heard those concerns, and we'll be communicating those plans. It's interesting because we talk about using data to drive your instruction and inform what you do every day. And, I just think the beginning of the year has just been challenging. When we made that calendar, we anticipated, for lack of a better word, a normal year. Teachers are covering a lot, and that is hard to take that planning time where you should be using data to drive your instruction when you're covering classes. And, you asked top 3, that is just one we hear a lot. They're being asked to do above and beyond what they've been asked to do before, and I think they're just tired. And that's something we have to recognize. So the other thing that I've heard, and this does impact learning, students in some cases have been out of school since March of 2020, and they're having, in many cases, hard time getting used to school again. And along with that is inattention, inappropriate behaviors, and we're working on it, and we've got good support plans, but that's not easy when you have so much learning to recover, and we're just trying to get kids used to school.
One other question, this is my last one. We talked a little bit about the 3rd grade math, okay, that 23% rate there. It's concerning. So I'm just curious, and I could talk to you later about it, that's fine with me, but I really want to know some of the specific steps that we're taking to help this grade level, in particular this subject area. That's a really low percentage rate there. That's very concerning.
And I just want to say, that was my educated guess in trying to figure out this, so I think we would probably, probably Mrs. Bowyer and the 3rd grade teachers could give us a better guess. And I don't know if you've specifically talked about 3rd grade, are ready to talk about that, or if we hook you up with Mrs. Bowyer
That
to
would be
discuss.
fine, because I'm really very concerned about that. And I
Absolutely,
understand that it's an educated guess. But I put trust in you guys that your guest is pretty accurate. Okay, all righty, that's all that I have.
So in the order of hands that I saw, Dr. Mealy, then Mr. Hill.
I just want really to comment, thank you so much for this information. And I just want to remind all the teachers and all the staff that we continue to ask you to do things that are beyond unusual right now. They're unique unto this situation in which we all find ourselves. So I actually looked at this data and was really pleased with it because I expected it to be a whole lot lower. And I agree, I am concerned about third grade math and, second grade PALS was a little low. But when you're talking about, again, kids being out of school for so long, we all know that the virtual option across our country was not the best for most kids, not all kids, but certainly most. I really am pleased to see this. I think it's not nearly as bad as I really anticipated that would be. So kudos to everyone who's working on that. And I really want to say something about that as well. The visibility, the intentionality that you all have is going to be key to these kids being successful. I love the fact that you're really working on data. You and I worked together for years on data, and I agree, lots of schools collected data and put it in this nice little notebook and put it on the shelf and never looked at it again. And how many times we've talked about disaggregating the data and understanding what's wrong, but then more importantly, even knowing what to do about it. And I think all of these discussions that you're having with principals and teachers are just going to better inform them in terms of what to do with our students who are struggling, and using that data for targeted remediation and having that access is phenomenal. That's just a huge thing. I can't say enough about that. I really appreciate too the targeted PD that you all have talked about at each school. I think that's critical to each school community because a blanket PD, in most cases, certainly not all, it can apply to some and not others. So getting in there and understanding that, I just really think is great. And thank you so much for the academic review at Liberty. I think getting down to that level and being so specific and intentional is, again, going to help with that learning loss and the depressed student achievement there. So I just want to say thank you. I think, I do have some concerns about the scores, but overall, I didn't think they would be that as good as they are. They're not where we want them to be, certainly, but they're better than what I anticipated they would be. So thank you for all your work on that. I certainly think we're on the right track to help reverse that learning loss and improve student achievement. And I would be also interested in the math.
Yes, I'll put that down.
And I'm also interested in trying to understand those charts.
I knew you would be.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hill.
My turn.
Yes, sir.
So maybe I'm looking at the numbers wrong, but I don't think third grade is the problem. It appears to me that first grade is the problem. If numbers continue to go down starting after first grade until we're trying to make up in second grade and we're missing out on getting them prepared for third grade. So did I look at that wrong?
I think this particular third grade group, because the fact that as first graders, school stopped short, second grade was very different for them. I do think that plays into some of those third grade weaknesses. These are definitely skills that were taught in second grade and first grade that teachers are trying to recuperate, for sure. So I do see what you're saying. So what are we doing to address the math issues in first grade and second grade for upcoming third graders in the next year or two?
Well, not only that, but our students are obviously showing us they're struggling with our current policies that the majority of this current board continues to enforce, such as mask and these mitigation strategies where we've got our students out of school every other week because they were possibly around a positive whatever. So I would encourage that we continue to look at that and get rid of that so we can start focusing on educating our students. That I'm really surprised about, and Dr. Trosper, I really appreciate you putting that together. but I didn't see you mention relationships as a concern. Every time I talk to a student, and a good majority of the teachers and staff in these schools, we've killed the relationship between that teacher and staff and our students. So our students are not interested in what our teachers have to say. They've shut down. And so I think we have to come to a point, how do we help build those relationships back? And it's not the teacher's fault. We, again, this board has forced our teachers to be the mask police. Students are sick of it. They don't want to hear anything else that teacher has to say because we've driven that negativity between those two people. That's a concern. And so I think we really need to focus on that. And I can't believe that relationships didn't come up as a major concern in our presentation when it comes to what's going on. The numbers. What's the norm? I mean, because when I see 66% of our student population is retaining what they were taught the year before, it's a major concern. So what are the normal numbers so we know what to compare these to? Because again, a year and a half of dumbing our kids down, and again, it's not our fault, it's the policies that we've got in place and missing school. What are the norms? So we know how to compare how big of a gap do we truly have.
I don't think we know the norms. This is the first time growth assessments have been given. So those numbers on the growth assessments, we never had that tool. We've never had that data to look at. So I think we will have a much better handle on it when we look at our common assessments that are going to be given at the end of this quarter. And as we progress through the year and we see our first round of real SOL testing again in the spring. I think our teachers individually know their kids and they know their children's data, and I know that they are focused on the individual class differences and student differences in the classroom. And I would just like to say something about the relationship. I think, we were definitely focused on, we were asked to give updates on data. We have a whole team in instruction who looks at social emotional learning. Our IDS program is doing wonders in our schools. And I would be happy to make that our next instructional update in all of our social emotional learning, because we are really working hard on that, because you're right, it is an issue. And it is an issue, it's not just our teachers and our students, it's not just masks, it's the climate of the community, and it's the climate of things that are going on, the things that they're seeing in us as adults, and the things that they're seeing on the TV. And we are trying to build those relationships back with kids. And it is very important to us because we all know as educators that real learning happens with relationships. So I'm happy to bring a presentation next time from instruction on everything we're doing in social emotional learning because it's big.
Would love to see it.
Happy to do it.
And then I want to see how it impacts these numbers that you just shared with us, because I think they correlate.
Other questions? Dr. Woodford, I would just say, I appreciate the proactive approach that the instructional team is taking to this. I remember 2 years ago, some of our other schools that were struggling with accreditation. It seems like this time we're working ahead and not playing from behind, and I do appreciate that. Looking forward to seeing what the data from the Pearson study can do and allow our teachers real-time access to data to make instant changes to instruction. So,
and I just want to say that thank you back to Dr. Bergen and the board for supporting instruction with supervisor of CTE and supervisors of content, because they are doing outstanding work that we just didn't have enough people to do before. So I thank you for your commitment to kids and learning.
thank you. All right, 3.03 options for board meeting locations follow-up. Dr. Duas.
Thank you. In October, at the school board meeting, there was an initial discussion about, at the board request, some alternate locations for board meetings. And as you may remember, we discussed possibilities of holding meetings in school locations,
at Susie G. Gibson at the town council chambers. And at the town council chambers. And then after that discussion, or at the end of that discussion, there were some specific questions about finding some more information about specifically the town council chambers, as well as approaching the county about the Board of Supervisors meeting room. And I wanted to share that information with the board tonight. I think we discussed at length the school-based option. So with regard to the town council chambers, what I found out is that the town would certainly allow the school board use of that facility on nights that town functions are not happening. And so those don't seem to conflict based on the town's council and planning commission meeting schedule that I can see. They also said that we could use any existing infrastructure in the room, or we could bring our own, AV equipment in, or some combination of that. They said that for 6 months or so, the town manager could just allow us to do that on that kind of short-term basis. If we were going to go much, longer than that term, the town does have a facility use policy for rental of various town facilities, and the town council chambers are, there's some specific logistical agreements, but the cost is $100 per use. So that's the detail about town council chambers, and they're happy to work with the school board if needed. I also approached the county staff about the use of the county meeting room. And the county staff was equally as willing to help. They did not offer any cost structure or any requirements of us. They did say that they have recently renovated their meeting room and are still working out some logistical issues with their audiovisual equipment, streaming equipment, all of those related parts. And so, county administrator, I think, would certainly feel more comfortable with another group coming in and using that room after they have some more chance to iron those issues out and use them. So it may be more accessible in a few months, but both rooms certainly are possibilities. And I'll be happy to answer any questions or take any other information from the board and for follow-up if needed.
Mr. Leamy. Did the county provide anything more specific than several months in terms of when their AV upgrades will be completed?
He did not, the county administrator did not give a specific date. I think, I just in reading the conversation, I think 2 to 3 months is what he said. So we certainly can approach them again about how that's all functioning.
What's the room capacity?
At the county, it seats 75. It, of course, as you know, is on the 3rd floor of the county administration building, and there's parking, of course, on the street and in the rear of the building, elevators, available for access.
And then council chambers, can you refresh my memory on what their capacity is?
154 is the stated capacity of that room.
Any questions? What direction would we like to give Dr. Dewis at this point?
But I think we need to install something permanent in one or more of our facilities. The issue I have with Susie Gibson upgrading that facility is we've got 2 auditoriums in 2 high schools that are from the Fred Flintstone era that need to be upgraded, I think, before we go and upgrade Susie Gibson.
I agree with that.
I think we need to keep it in our facility. As I'm sitting here looking at the seal that's on the board, we are 3 separate entities, and we need to use our own facility and work under our own seal and not the town seal or the county seal. but we are on board and we have the facilities, we just need to figure out which one to use it.
So keep it in-house, just
Keep
matter
it
of whether.
in-house.
Okay.
I would agree with that, Mrs. Kirby.
You know what my thoughts are. I want to be in every zone.
And I think that's a great idea.
That's a
except
great idea.
I think going
Pulls
forward,
away
when
from-
we do the upgrades to the two, to Stant River and Liberty, we need to build in that AV capability so that we have the flexibility to go to any one of those three high schools. You know, we draw it out of a hat. I mean, once we have those capabilities permanently in place, then, you know, the world is our oyster. We can move around, basically at will. But we need to get those two auditoriums updated.
Exactly.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree. If we had that, we don't right now. And I'm all for redoing those auditoriums if there's any way we could do it. But just moving around, I mean, it's maybe something we could think about doing very occasionally. But my concern is it takes away the staff from either the school we're at and or our technology staff, from the people that need them way more than we do, which is our students and our staff in our schools. They are constantly busy. They are constantly trying to keep everything running smoothly, and to take them away for a day each time we have a meeting is a lot. Not only them, but other staff as well, to set up wherever we need. So I think we need to do something more permanent as well. I agree with you as well. I think, you know, we have space. We should be in our own facility. I am for, you know, trying to repair Susie Jacobson.
Each high school needs to have permanent AV facilities that can support a school board meeting. That would minimize the need for any kind of IT staff to be pulled away other than the night of the meeting. If we have that infrastructure in place, then we're not gonna be, you know, we're not gonna be pulling these folks in 6 or 7 different directions to hold a meeting at a facility that they have to jump through hoops to set up AV infrastructure for each time we have a meeting. Let's upgrade the 3 auditoriums to handle that permanently. And with that, you know, that takes the stress off of the IT staff.
I certainly think taking care of the needs of these high school auditoriums certainly should be first and foremost for us, for just our students' purposes as well. That should be first, is that we're taking care of this because the school needs it and it's going to benefit our students. And certainly, I have agreed, and many of us as board members have agreed, that it would be nice to provide our community with an opportunity to participate in board meetings at various school sites. That's been on the table, it's been discussed for some time now. I know when I first came on board, that was a topic that we discussed, and certainly I agreed with it. But I think right now, presently, what our focus really needs to be on is giving attention to those high schools and the needs that they have and the upgrades that are needed. And so currently we have a place, and I say let's continue to use this place until such time that the needs are met at the various high schools.
And just for a little clarity, we have the architectural study complete for Liberty and Stant River High School auditoriums, and you're going to be receiving a presentation on that at the December meeting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we will have options and numbers.
But are those, I realize you're gonna present, but just for my own edification, is this gonna be just architectural in nature, or is it gonna be infrastructure as well? Your presentation, is it gonna discuss, you know, audiovisual capabilities that will be incorporated as part of the renovations, or is it just, we're gonna make it look nicer and have nice cushioned seats?
Yeah, I made a note to ask Mr. Doss. We'll go back and examine to see if there's the detail about AV based on your comment. There were different options. I mean, there's, replace the entire thing at an exorbitant cost versus there are degrees of improvements. But we'll be sure to incorporate what would be required to upgrade the AVs that we could stream from any of those auditoriums when we're doing the renovation. So we'll look back at the information we already have in hand, and incorporate that in the presentation.
Well, it sounds to me like we do have, and I understand the whole, we had the seal and we need to be in our own AO, our own area. But we do have options, short-term options with the town council chamber to meet there with a higher capacity while these renovations are taking place.
Sure.
And so, my question would be, does it take painting new seats to add a AV system? Can't we go ahead and do that already, knowing that we're gonna come in behind and add those renovations and do whatever? But why can't we go ahead and look at cost for the technology and just go ahead and install it?
We could. I think what the architects are providing for us is really a feasibility and a pretty high-level cost estimate of what it would cost to do various degrees of renovation and or replacement of the auditorium. They haven't done any design work to know how to integrate the technology into a system at this point. Means what I don't know is if money's spent on a system now and then in a year or two, there's much more spent on the overall renovation, would that be money well spent up front, or is it better to integrate it later on? But we'd have to look into that and see. That's a good question, and I don't really know the answer, but at this point, we'd have to think through that.
Ms. Kirby.
We know that we have had a meeting at Liberty High School in the recent past. I'd like to go ahead and request now that we move December's there and figure out what we need to do in the process to get something more permanent, but we can do Liberty, we have done Liberty. Now let's go ahead and move December's meeting there.
Mr. Chairman, we've also had successful meetings at the town council chambers. So I would suggest that we have a December meeting there.
Okay. So we have competing proposals. Ms. DeLong, since you're here, do you happen to remember when the,
On stage,
yes, and Charlie Brown will be?
they're the following weeks, they're not the same week as the student.
Okay, all right. So, all right, so we have two competing proposals, Liberty High School for December, Town Council for December. And this is just a staff report, so would we be able to just operate based on consensus for this one?
We'll defer to the board, meet wherever you'd like to go.
We should.
Okay.
Should be a
I
problem.
need clarification. Did she say the presentation of those two shows is the week after?
The week after the board
So
meeting.
the stage is already set.
Yes, and they're having performance, rehearsals and all of that.
So for Liberty, I mean, that's taken
Does
off.
JF have anything going on?
Well, I mean, they have Cool Yule, I believe, going on that night as well.
All right, well, sounds like town councils.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We could
I would
meet
agree,
these
town
basic-
council.
Or Susie Gibson.
Okay.
Just for
Well, I
a
think one of
meeting.
the problems too, I mean, I participated virtually, but several of you had mentioned that the quality of what was set up at Liberty was not satisfactory. It was difficult to see. I know Dr. Bergen has also mentioned that, so if we can do something at town council chambers, that's gonna be a better quality for us in terms of our ability to see it, is probably the best thing to do.
So in light of the upcoming programs and the rehearsals, would the board be amenable to moving the December meeting to the town council chambers and then going from there?
I'm good with that.
Yes.
And if,
I'd rather it be in one of the schools, but we do need a place bigger than this.
All right.
and what I'll do is to make sure that there are no already scheduled town council events or town government events there are other groups as well, on the date that the school board has scheduled, and we can confirm that and over the next couple of days.
That'd be great. Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, strategic planning process, Dr. Bergen.
Well, good evening, board members. You're all aware that I have two goals that I created to hold myself accountable to you in my over the course of the school year, one of them around revisiting the strategic planning process. So this evening, I wanted to share some more information with the community about what that will look like, what we plan for that to look like over the course of the school year. So that's the purpose of this presentation. Before I get into that topic, though, I have just today published a post-entry report that is available this evening, starting this evening on our website. And there'll be a link to that post-entry report on our Facebook postings as well. So I'd like to give you all a preview of what you can read in more detail online when you have an opportunity to do so. Prior to my being selected for this position last winter, the school board worked with the HYA Associates consultants to determine the characteristics that you desired for your superintendent of the school division. A few of the qualities that were identified included an inclusive style of leadership with an individual who was eager to engage and collaborate with board members, with staff, and with the community at large. Someone with adaptability and developing a professional presence as well as high visibility and accessibility to the board members, the board of supervisors, other locally elected officials, teachers and staff, parents, and the community at large. An individual who was visionary and would cultivate a positive professional climate of mutual trust and honesty, transparent communication with the board and all of our stakeholders of the school division, including the wider community, and forward thinking to ensure continuous improvements for the school division. Knowing all of that, upon my arrival in June of 2021, I published an entry plan to serve as a blueprint for helping me to learn more about our schools and our community, being new to Bedford County. The entry plan included the 5 goals that are listed on this screen. The first being to establish a collaborative relationship with each of you, members of the school board, to build connections with all of the citizens of Bedford County, to strengthen the culture, climate, and trust across our school division, to model the use of data in decision-making at all levels, and to continue to empower all of our students for future success through innovative, student-focused priorities. Over the past 6 months, I have prioritized my time to listen, learn, and connect with our students, our teachers, our support staff, our administrators, families, and community members. I participated in dozens of face-to-face and virtual opportunities throughout the community, including open forums at each of our public libraries. I've met with everyone who works for us in staff meetings at all of our schools and centers. And I've had one-on-one sessions with all of our locally elected officials and have been a guest presenter for numerous civic organizations and other community partners. When I've been out in the community and in our schools, I've been asking the same 2 questions over and over in order to gain a better understanding of our stakeholders' perceptions of the school division. The 2 questions, as they're listed on the screen, are: what is it that you love about Bedford County Public Schools? Because I would characterize those as our strengths that we can build upon. What are some questions or concerns you have for our school division? Because those would be opportunities for growth that we could address together. Also, in order to gain a more complete understanding of our school division's past practices, I've conducted an extensive analysis of the available data, including a review of student data by school on local and state assessments, as well as critical publications such as our division policies, employee handbooks, strategic plans at the school level, curriculum documents, safety plans, and, as I referenced earlier, the HYA survey, which had extensive data available to me through the superintendent search process. I've also reviewed with the members of our executive team the existing processes and protocols that are in place that guide the development and the execution of the annual operating budget and our facilities planning. And I've reviewed our recruiting and hiring practices and our ongoing commitment to high-quality professional development opportunities. After gathering and reviewing all of this information, I continue to be inspired by the work of our teachers, administrators, students, families, and community members. While what we do is important, how we do it makes all the difference in the world. After reflecting on all of the data that I've collected from these conversations and observations and review of documents, I want to highlight 3 key insights that I believe capture the strengths and the aspirations for our students and families. First, I believe that Bedford County Public Schools serves as the beacon for this community. There's a very strong sense of community throughout this school division, as was described in nearly every one of my conversations that I've had with community members. I've repeatedly heard statements such as, our schools have joyful and welcoming environments where everyone takes care of one another. The generations of families and staff members who are graduates of BCPS make our school division unique and create deep connections within the schools and across the community. Our community is charitable, giving, and caring. Our teachers and staff members genuinely care about one another and are committed to the success of their students. And finally, our students are hardworking and respectful towards one another and their teachers. A second noted strength from my conversations have been the dedicated individuals who serve our students, our teachers and support staff, our administrators, our central support leaders, our community members. Words that are often used to describe our BCPS team include valued, collaborative, supportive, creative, passionate, gracious, caring, reliable, and dedicated. In my very first few months, I asked the board for their approval of a major restructuring of our central support team, and since that time, as you've heard from Dr. Trosper, and I think maybe you've heard these comments yourself as you've been out in the community, our teachers and our principals have noticed and are very appreciative of the restructuring and the increase in visibility of our support team in the schools. And I've also heard wonderful things, and deservingly so, of our partnerships with the Education Foundation, as well as our parental involvement through PTAs and booster clubs. And the third strength I'd like to highlight involves the rich learning opportunities that have existed in Bedford County across the division. I've heard many comments about how well prepared the school division was with remote learning at the start of this pandemic, given the commitment of this board and the previous administration in past years for acquiring devices for students, training teachers in the use of that technology, and the reliable support of our fantastic technology team. In addition to our strong academic course offerings, the community is also extremely proud and appreciative of the wide array of extracurricular activities available to our students in the fine arts, athletics, FFA, academic competitions, and other character-building opportunities for our students. And as we've talked a lot about in our outstanding presentation earlier tonight about the Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center, where students are able to acquire career credentials in preparation for entering the workforce. As I've reflected on all of the conversations and review of this data, including our strengths, I have identified 5 key focus areas for this post-entry report that I believe are not only areas of strength, but also some areas where there's opportunity for growth in order to help us reach our full potential for our students. Those 5 focus areas, as listed on the screen, are the need to better invest or invest more deeply in our people, the importance of accelerating the unfinished learning that we've just been talking so much about, the opportunity to expand upon college, career, and workplace development, which we just talked about so much earlier, the urgency for social and emotional supports, which came up in our conversations here again tonight, and the desire to boost equitable educational opportunities across all 3 of our high school zones. As you've heard me say many times, your zip code should not determine your access to coursework and workplace opportunities. I'd now like to elaborate a little more deeply on each of those 5 areas. In order to continue to move the school division forward, we must continue to invest in our people. It's paramount that we prioritize the recruitment, development, and retention of our staff and engage everyone in the decision-making process. We also need to continue to offer high-quality professional development within the content areas, as well as for our CTE teachers, our administrators, our classified staff. We need to protect instructional planning time to ensure teachers have the necessary time they need to analyze the student data and design those high-quality lessons. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, we need to ensure that we are properly compensating our staff. Our high-quality teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, custodians, maintenance workers, office associates, everyone on whose support we rely in order to move this school division forward to continued greatness. The second focus, I believe is critical, is the need to accelerate the unfinished learning. We need to remain committed to high academic expectations for all students, And through the leadership of our restructured central support team, we need to continue to adapt and implement consistent curriculum and instructional materials throughout the school division so that we can maximize our ability to collaborate and provide professional development. Using the student achievement data, we need to increase our implementation of evidence-based interventions and targeted intensive tutoring, and continue to invest in effective expanded learning time, including before and after school learning supports. And finally, we need to remain committed to using pacing guides and common assessments as another resource for our teachers, students, and families. Thirdly, one of the topics that's been a recurring theme in my conversations with just about everyone is the desire to expand upon our college and career readiness opportunities for all students. It's not college or career, it's college and career readiness for everyone. We need to ensure that every student has engaging opportunities for career exploration beginning in middle school, access to education and training environments that are designed with their needs in mind. We particularly need to enhance our workplace development opportunities for students by expanding upon effective pathways to graduation that lead to real-world job skills, industry-based certifications, apprenticeships, and occupational licenses in order to ensure economic growth for our county and competitiveness within our community. And finally, we should continue to increase the course availability for students in all three high school zones, particularly with advanced placement and dual enrollment courses, including those in CTE. The fourth focus area that I would identify from my past 6 months here and all of my observations is this growing urgency for supporting the social and emotional wellness of our students and staff. We need to continue to focus on providing trauma-informed and mental health specialized services, remain committed to building strong partnerships between our schools and our families and the community. We need to continue to promote intrapersonal and interpersonal coping skills, and finally support students in their continued development with communication, like negotiating conflict and managing their emotions. And lastly, another hot topic throughout the community has been the need to boost equitable educational opportunities for our students throughout the county. This will include the continued need to investigate and recommend solutions for internet connectivity issues for families and teachers so that we don't have homework gaps. Research the advantages and disadvantages of multi-grade classrooms that are sometimes necessary in our smallest elementary schools. Identify and offer a core list of course offerings that would be available to students regardless of which high school they attend. Ensure that there's affordable before and after school care for all of our students regardless of where they live in the county. And continue to expand upon our pre-K services, particularly for those families who live in poverty, which is nearly 50% of all of our citizens. Over the course of the remainder of this school year, and as an extension of these post-entry reflections, I will continue to engage with the community to review and update as necessary our current division strategic plan. I firmly believe the process is as important as the plan itself. Transparency and authentic engagement with diverse stakeholder groups will enable me to continue to collect data and feedback from the community about our successes and to identify solutions to the challenges that we identify together. There will be many opportunities in the coming months for stakeholder engagement that will include surveys, focus groups, and community sessions. And these opportunities will involve you as school board members, as well as our other elected officials, all of our parents, all of our students, both current and recent graduates, school level staff, including our teachers and our administrators and our support staff, our community leaders, including those in business and higher education and faith-based, and community members without any school-age children. This process is already underway. There is a survey to which everyone in the community is invited to participate. We're asking the community at this time to review our current vision, mission, and core value statements to determine if they continue to be relevant for this community or if they need to be modified. The survey is open through next Monday, November 15th, so if you've not already had a chance to complete the survey, please do so. There is a link readily available on our school division website. We'll also be checking in with key stakeholder groups such as the PTA County Council and the Superintendent's Advisory Council If you're not familiar with that second group, that is a group that is comprised of students and parents from all three of our high school zones, as well as instructional and classified staff members that represent our schools and our central departments. At the January board meeting, I'll come back and present the results of the survey and the analysis of the data that I'll be undergoing with these various groups. And I'm going, at that time in January, to ask the board to either reaffirm our existing vision, mission, and core value statements or consider some revisions. Once we've completed our review of the vision, mission, and core values, we'll turn our focus to reviewing the current goals of the strategic plan. There'll be another survey in January, again for everyone in the community to participate. And in the month of January, we'll be conducting dozens of focus groups that will include school-based administrators, teachers, support staff, students, parents, administrators from our central support team, community educational partners, mental health experts, and many other groups. The data from the community survey and from all of these focus groups will then be shared back with the Superintendent's Advisory Council during their early February meeting, and I will then bring that information to the school board and ask that the school board either reaffirm our existing goals or consider new goals moving forward for strategic planning. Once we've agreed upon the goals, we'll then turn our focus to identifying the strategies and the resources that will be necessary to fulfill those goals. This work will be completed by design teams that will be led by our outstanding executive team members, and those design teams will include our teachers and administrators and central support staff. The culmination of their work will be shared in April 1st, again with the Superintendent's Advisory Council, and then with the school board for your consideration and approval at your April board meeting. After receiving feedback from the board in April on those strategies, we'll then create and share a draft strategic framework at the school board meeting in May. We will seek public comment on the proposed plan for 1 month between May 13th and June 6th, after which time we'll ask the board to adopt the new plan at the June board meeting for implementation next school year. As I stated earlier, the process for creating a strategic plan is as important as the plan we would produce itself. The process is intended to provide focus, engage everyone in the community, allow for broad ownership, and ultimately produce a more dynamic plan. I look forward to more opportunities to listen, learn, and engage with you and our entire community in the days, months, and years ahead. I do firmly believe that by working together, we can take Bedford County Public Schools to new heights. Mr. Chair, this concludes this particular staff report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Mr. Leamy.
Dr. Bergen, you mentioned on one of your slides multi-grade classrooms. Would you care to expound on that, please?
In schools that have smaller populations like Big Island, where you have a certain number of second grade and third grade, I'm going to make up an example on the fly, Mr. Linger, where you have not enough kids for 2 classrooms at one particular grade, and you need to group some second graders with some third graders. We rarely do it. We look to avoid to do it because the only solution is to invest in an additional teacher and have class sizes that might be 8 or 9 kids, at a particular grade level. That concern I've not observed myself this year because we've used our pandemic relief funds to overstaff the schools, if you would. But prior to my arriving here, I was told there were multi-grade classrooms in some of our smaller, more rural elementary schools.
That's correct. My son was in one at Paxton Elementary School. It was a combo class, 3rd and 4th grade. It was a complete, total, unmitigated disaster. It was not fair to the teacher, and it was not fair to the students, and that's not something I personally can support based on my own personal experience with that particular concept.
Understood.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Mealy.
Yeah, I would say to you, Dr. Bergen, as a principal for 7 years, I had that situation in a fairly large elementary school, and I think we were very, very creative about how we addressed a combo class and tried to support the students the best we could in there. But ultimately, I really feel like it's a disservice to the children Because for instance, if you're supposed to have, by state requirement, 60 minutes of math. So if you have third grade math and fourth grade math, then you've got 2 hours right there. If you're supposed to have 2.5 hours of reading or whatever it is, 2 hours, you already used up your whole day and you haven't talked about any special areas or any lunch or anything like that. I just always believe that we have to avoid that. It's just not, people will say, well, third graders, you can put them together, third and fourth graders for certain things. But those things are really so few and far between. I mean, if you could put them together, then, for all these years, we would have done that. So I would really like us to walk away from that because we have done that extensively in this county. I don't know, Ms. Harrison, if you had any combo classes.
Oh, I do.
but-
I was waiting my turn.
Yeah, it's
Well,
It's
if I-
just
if
not
I-
good for
If
the
I
kids.
just reflect back, I'm not advocating or proposing that we would have them. I'm sharing what I've heard from our community and from you as you're affirming the concerns that I've heard. I was an elementary school teacher for 8 years, an elementary school principal for 8 years, and a director of elementary education for 5, and in 21 years, I never intentionally created a multi-grade classroom, and I have no intention of creating one as your superintendent. This was a concern that had been shared with me from previous administrations. I just wanted to make you aware of, it had been surfaced as part of the data in my report. But thank you for sharing your concerns and affirming the community's concerns on this point.
And Dr. Bergen, you're right, that it has been a concern. Otter River was one of the first schools that had a combination class, and it was while I served as principal. I didn't believe in it then, and I don't believe in it now. And at all costs, we need to avoid it, because it's not what's best for our students, not at all.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna say one more thing. I would say, yeah, you're gonna have that class of 8 or 9 kids. And at that point, I think you really are also creative about how you can support those children. But I always think that's better than a combo class. It doesn't work very well. And I understand you're just bringing it up. Again, these are like things that we've dealt
We're
with as principals.
passionate about
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, we're not
you
good.
feel the passion?
And we know that you are.
I'm glad I
too, as
included it
well.
in the presentation.
Yes.
Other questions, comments, concerns for Dr. Bergen on this? All right, so just to clarify, anyone in the community can complete the survey and give us
Absolutely. The
feedback.
link is on our webpage. We want everyone in the community, with or without school-age children, grandparents, faith leaders, community leaders, business owners, parents, anyone.
Because we all have stakes in what happens in our schools, regardless.
Yes.
One more thing. I got an email from a member of the retiree group that was contacted to provide some input to the strategic planning process. And this individual indicated to me that there was no place to put comments or notes. So I have the email that this individual sent me, and I will forward it to you. But I think that's something we need to look at, is having a field where respondents can actually put comments and concerns and actually, verbalize what their concerns are.
Sure.
Anything else? All right. We will move to our next item, SOQ report, Dr. Whitford.
It's really, it's not a report. We're going to address any questions that you all may have from the memo. This was an add-on to the agenda earlier this evening by Dr. Wheeler.
I do have a couple of questions. Can you just tell, am I understanding that we have a board member or members who didn't complete required training that then resulted in a ding on our SOQ report?
Correct. There's a standard of quality that requires each local school board to require all of its members to participate in annual professional development activities offered at the state or local level. As part of that, basically the question was, have all board members completed their annual required training? And for the spring report from last year's data, not everyone had done professional development. And so it caused us to have to reply no to that. And then what I had to do was basically put in a corrective action. And that corrective action, what I told the state that I would do would be to notify the school board of its requirement for each member to do annual training. And then to make sure that each of you knew that you had to participate in training annually. There are some required trainings, and then there's some optional trainings. Specifically, the SOQ says personnel training, evaluation training, curriculum instruction, data and planning and decision-making, current issues. And so that's what I've done. This memo was to notify the board, as I said I would do in the report, that each of you needs to participate in annual training. And that training is school year specific. So it starts in July and goes through the end of June. I will say one of the things that I've thought about in just kind of helping is I will check with the clerk of the board kind of midway through and just see, how we are with that. VSBA does give a report of anything you do with VSBA. And also, Mrs. Johnson keeps a record of things that you tell her you're participating in, or if the board as a whole has a training and you're participating. And then I will reach out individually just to remind anyone who may need that, you have 6 more months, you have 7 more months, and, just I'll kind of maybe nag you a little bit so that we can check the yes box next year.
Okay, so, go ahead. No, you go ahead. I was gonna say, just to help me refresh my memory and to remember this. So this is a standards of quality report. This is a state report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it is a state report. And is it something that we do annually for
Yes,
our
ma'am.
school division?
It is.
Help me understand, is it also tied with our SOLs, with any sort of state data regarding SOLs or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
No.
It's standards of quality, so it has to deal with, the personnel, making sure people are endorsed in the right areas. If they're not, we have a plan for that. Do we give the assessments that we're required to give? So there's a variety. There is actually a big thick packet in little print of all of the questions that are asked. I will say the SOQ data collection has gotten a little bit more specific with the DOE. They've added some questions this year, and next year they'll be asking that we keep very specific data that if we were audited, we can then show. I will say, and I should say this, the reason that I caught this one this year is because of the pandemic, because I knew that you all were not traveling. So my question, normally I know, like if you go to a VSBA conference or, and so this year with not traveling, I had to kind of go to Diana to say, did we do virtual? I knew you had done the norms training as a board. And so it was really kind of in that digging that I realized we had missed this SOQ. And so this is my report, and so really my responsibility just to remind you all as a board, just to do that training, and if I can, or if Dr. Calvert can, we will help arrange professional development so that you can all meet that SOQ.
Well, I certainly appreciate the reminder, okay? But I will say this, that as a school board member, it is incumbent upon each of us to uphold our responsibility and the requirements that have been given to us. And that includes training, that includes professional development. I'm really, really concerned. I find this appalling that members of our board who know fully well what the requirements are fail to meet them. And now, as a result of that, we now have a state report that we have taken, for lack of a better word, a ding on it. I think it's shameful. Thank you for following up and reminding the board members of what our duties and responsibilities are. You shouldn't have to do that, but thank you, Dr. Woodford.
I want to ask, is that the only ding on the report?
The only other question was, were all of our schools accredited? And so I had to put Liberty Middle was accredited with conditions. It did not provide a ding though, because it's still
Correct.
accredited, but with conditions. But I did report that as one of the, yes.
Okay, so and this report, as I understand it, I was reading some of the code after I got this, that this goes to the Board of Education, who then gives it to the governor, who then gives it to the General Assembly for review. And my concern is that, you know, I guess I have another question too. Is this the only year this has ever happened?
So I'm going to be very transparent with the board. In looking at the information that we had as I was filling out the report, I have probably answered that question incorrectly in prior years, in the 2 years prior to that I was doing the report. And unfortunately, I think it was because I made an assumption that the school board was really overseen by the school board. And so I have reached out to see if I can correct that. Basically, they said, you've got a corrective action plan. We're kind of moving forward. So make sure we do it right as we move forward. And so there have been other things, sometimes with personnel, requirements, certifications that we've had to say, no, we didn't meet that requirement, and here's our plan. Either someone else is on a provisional and we are working towards a licensure or something like that. But has the board member or members, has this been something that's happened previously? So say it's me, I didn't do my training this year, and I didn't do it last year or the year before. Yes, there have been for several years, and at times a year here or there. And what I have pulled together for this year, and just looking back at when VSBA sends you a history, they'll send you a history of everything that's been done. So, well, in part of my research, you know, I hope this doesn't happen to us, but the Board of Education shall have the authority to seek school division compliance with the foregoing standards of quality. When the Board of Education determines that a school division has failed or refused or continues to fail or refuse to comply with any such standard, if it's happened more than once, I would say we continue to do that, the board may petition the circuit court having jurisdiction in the school division to mandate or otherwise enforce compliance with such standard, including the development or implementation of any required corrective action plan that a local school board has failed or refused to develop and implement in a timely manner. They can also refer us to the court. And, you know, I agree with Ms. Harrison. I find this appalling. I mean, we took an oath and we swore before God. I swear before God, you know, to uphold the Constitution, to uphold the Virginia Constitution, and to complete my duties and responsibilities as a school board member. And it bothers me greatly that we have a ding on this report that's going to be seen by our governor and our General Assembly because we failed to do what we were elected to do. I will say, I think what will probably happen next is in the spring, in our next report, it'll flag that we had a no, and the question will be, did we do corrective action and did everybody follow through? And I think if we had, at that point, anybody who said, oh, well, I'm not going to do it, then that becomes an issue. I do feel like at this point, we just make sure everyone has professional development before June 30th of some kind, and we just make sure we work together to make sure that we follow through on the corrective action that I've said that we'll do. So. Thank you. I think in light of this, it's really important for the division when they do the training for our new board members, that our new board members understand the codes of Virginia, specifically their duties and powers, and our policy manual and what's required of them in terms of that training, because there are a lot of
required trainings weren't done, like FOIA is required, that was not done. Child abuse training was not completed. I'm stunned. Thank you.
Dr. Woodford, thank you for your diligence on this. I can't underscore enough the importance of professional development in any field. But there are a lot of moving parts to serving on a school board. And I found personally that the Virginia School Boards Association's trainings have been very helpful in seeing the bigger picture, seeing and better understanding the role of a board member. And I would just encourage everyone to look into those trainings. We get the emails almost on a daily basis of professional development opportunities. So please, lest we put a bullseye on our school division's back again, make sure that we are staying in compliance with the law and professional development requirements. So any other questions or concerns on that? Move into informational items, 22-23 calendar. Dr. Woodford.
We offered 4 options for our 2022-23 school calendar. We put together some calendars based on our needs for professional development, work days, things like that. We shared those 4 options with all staff on October the 4th. We asked all employees to respond to a survey with their preferred choices of the calendars. I'll give you just a brief summary of the differences between the 4 drafts that are on here for information for you. Draft A, it's very similar to our current year calendar with start and end days, professional development days, planning days, and spring break is the second week in April. Draft B was the exact same as Draft A, except spring break was the first week of April before Easter. Draft C had a later start day for teachers and students, and it cut planning days to end school prior to Memorial Day, and spring break was the second week of April. Draft D, this option also had a later start date, but contains the same amount of professional development days and planning days as drafts A and B, spring break being the second week of April. That survey was online for staff for a month. And the third week of October, I asked Mrs. Sexton to send an all-employee email to make sure that we had gotten feedback from our bus drivers, our cafeteria, everyone who has an email with us on the calendar choices. We ended up with 519 responses, and calendar option C had the highest number of votes at 42%. Calendar A and calendar D were at 22%, calendar B 15%. In the comments, basically, people liked the idea of starting a little bit later and still getting out before Memorial Day. Pretty much professional development and all of that is pretty similar. So you have these calendars for the next month. You can look at them if you have questions, you want to talk to me. If you have any concerns, please reach out to me, and I'll just bring back at this time draft C for approval from the board. I do want to say some of the comments I received back from staff was, why weren't we kind of planning for a revision to calendar like we've had this year and we've had last year? And I am just hoping that we will be back to a more normal place. And I really don't want to bring a revised calendar unless we need to. So that is why you're not seeing a calendar similar to this calendar that you just approved and revised last time. So I'm bringing a normal school calendar. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Leamy.
Dr. Woodford.
Yes, sir.
So draft C is the recommendation, correct?
It is the recommendation based on feedback from the employee.
But yet it's cutting planning days. Didn't we just add planning days?
We did.
I'm confused.
Typically with prior calendar adoptions, The question has always been, what have the employees wanted? And so I'm making a recommendation pretty much based on this and what they've asked for. What's important to me as a division person, I'm going to say, is professional development, making sure we have opportunities for professional development to work with teachers. And that is part of Calendar C. If we add work days, it does throw us off, and we either have to start a little bit earlier or we have to end after Memorial Day. And I'm happy that is one of our draft calendars.
Well, I'm just wondering, okay, we're cutting planning days that we just recently added. Are we gonna find ourselves in the same situation 1 year from now where we have to add planning days back? You see where I'm going with this?
I do see where you're going with this, absolutely. I think the reason that we're really struggling with planning days this year and needing to add them is because of our lack of substitute teachers and our teachers having to use their planning time every day to cover classes. And so their planning time that they normally get just as part of their day, they're not having access to. I think that's what's causing the stress. But I do hear what you're saying, and I can try to retweak and get some planning days in there. I can also do another
That's not what I'm
survey.
saying. I'm just, I just wanna understand what the deal is here. I get, we got recommendation, it's gonna be calendar C, which cuts planning days even though we just added them. So I just wanted some clarification on that, because that was very counterintuitive to me.
Yes.
That's all I have.
I just want to make sure if that's what the teachers want, if that's what the vote was, and that's what I'm understanding you to say, I certainly want them to have what they feel is going to work best for them. But I would also caution them that you have no team planning days here. So those days in school where you really want to have that team planning, every day is going to be a professional development day. So as long as our teachers, and if the BCEA could help us make sure that they understand that, because, I'm concerned that teachers may come back and say, we really need those team days in our schools. They are valuable days. But if they just have to realize that that's gonna be after school, I don't even see where else you can get it from.
And I will say, this was we surveyed all staff. So I do think there's maybe a different perspective from teachers than there would be from, just support staff who are working and don't really need those planning days.
That's a big difference,
Yeah.
42, 22.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And there were only 519 responses, even though we sent out reminders, we sent all emails, and,
As long as they realize that, it's gonna be difficult to come back and say, can we add some of those days in?
And I will say, let me do this. Maybe what I'll do is I'll send out Calendar C to the principals and ask them over the next few weeks to get some input from the teaching staff and from their leadership teams. And I will bring back if they have a different feel about missing some work days. And I will also talk to Mrs. Childress with the BCEA and just get some feedback there. And bring that to you next time and see where we're at that point.
Yeah, I like that.
Is that okay?
Just as long as they're sure. Just as long as they're sure.
I'm confused. Why would we go to the BCEA?
Well, I was just saying the teacher organization, and
If they only represent 13% of our employees, so why wouldn't we go to our entire employee base?
She said she
you
would.
mean our entire teacher base, or I guess I feel like we did our entire employee base with the
I
survey.
agree, I'm
Okay.
with you. I mean, this is what they've told us. We've given them ample opportunity to say, this is our preference. You sent out multiple reminders. It was available to everyone. This is what they're saying. So why are we going back?
I guess I just want you all to be satisfied, and I don't want to come back and ask for work days either, and.
Well,
I do think that asking, Dr. Woodford, your suggestion, in terms of asking the principals, to just talk to their staff about this topic that we've discussed here tonight and to get their feedback. I think that's valuable.
Okay.
Absolutely. So did I hear you correctly when you said that you got, what, 519 responses back?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, that's low.
It is.
Why is that?
About 17 something.
Teachers, we need you to respond. Your
Well, it's
voices
closed now,
matter.
so I can open back up. And it's hard, it's an anonymous survey, so I don't know which, staff, I just.
Ms. Kirby?
And thank you for clarifying for me, Chairman Johnson, that these are available on board docs for the general public to look at.
Yes, ma'am.
So I encourage parents to also look at that and contact your representative and let us know what you want for your families as well. That's all.
Thank you. I think it's great to cast as broad a net as possible and try to, through any means necessary, to get all of those teacher responses through all the organizations and administrators that can get access to our teachers. Now, just for clarification, Dr. Woodford, I know one thing that I heard a lot last year from teachers as well as students was that they loved the Flex Learning Wednesdays and the incentive that gave them, as well as kind of for teachers that break in the middle of the week to get caught up in plan. Any chance down the road, something like that, even if it's not a weekly thing, but like once a month or twice a month, that something like that for our high schoolers could still be an option?
I think it will definitely be a topic. I mean, this year, we've always kind of been given some flexibility to make some choices there. This year, the General Assembly was very specific about clock hours and virtual learning and what counts for what. So I don't know what may come out, if some of that will be changed and give us a little bit more flexibility with virtual learning options and flex time for kids. But we hear that loud and clear. And I think our kids like a little bit of that flexibility to do jobs and stuff, especially at the high school. And so if it comes back and we are given that flexibility, we'll definitely bring that back to the board. The biggest pieces for the calendar, I think, are really for parents knowing vacation and Christmas vacation and Easter vacation. And so that's one of the reasons we try to do it early. And then if we have to tweak, our instruction week or things like that, we can.
Okay, great, yeah, because that's just something I heard loud and clear
Yes,
many times from many different individuals.
yes.
Thank you. Okay, Program of Studies, Dr. Trosper.
All right, thank you. I have a proposed draft of the program of studies for the 2022-23 school year. It's posted for the board's consideration. So this evening I will summarize highlights of the draft just for your consideration. And so I do want to say a few words about the process. It was very collaborative. We involved principals, counselors, teachers, directors, supervisors. On October the 28th, I met with the principals and school counselors to discuss potential new courses for the upcoming school year. There were a few course deletions, course modifications, as well as several proposed course additions, which I've listed in the other document that's posted on the agenda. There's a few editorial changes were made, just included wording edits, formatting improvements, changes based on state curriculum adjustments. Additions, descriptions, changes to wording are actually put in red, just so you'd see what was updated or changed. In some areas where wording was changed, you might see a strike through with the new wording beside it, again in red. And so the final program will be on the agenda in December for approval, so the course registration can begin in January of 2022. So it's coming quickly. It's hard to believe. So I'm going to run through the new courses, give a quick, brief explanation, just to kind of help you understand the thinking behind our discussions. So the new courses we're proposing, and one more thing I want to add is that some are specific to schools. It's really based on student interest, based on student enrollment and staff availability. That's what those schedules are built on. They are available to be taught by any, but it doesn't, that just means that it's on there for consideration. First would be advanced band, and so this would be for students who have at least 2 years of experience in middle school band, just to give them a more rigorous band course in high school. We have agricultural structural systems, which would essentially round out the ag mechanics pathway. So currently we have intro to power, structural and technical systems, and we also have an agriculture power systems. This kind of goes in the middle, and it just provides a more thorough experience in the agriculture career cluster. There's been a proposal to add business management. The reasoning behind that would be that currently we have a principles of business. A lot of the same content is covered in business management. A lot of that content from principles of business is also covered in our personal finance, government, marketing classes. And so business management's a little bit more focused on entrepreneurship, management of business, not quite as much overlap. So that was some feedback we got from some of our administrators, counselors, and teachers. College biology, which would just be another option to take a dual enrollment course. So if this is approved, students can still take freshman biology, but junior, senior year, they would come back and be able to take a college or a dual enrollment biology. And so if that's approved, we'll work with CVCC to go through the steps we need to offer. There's a request to add communication systems. And what's going to happen is at this school, the high school principal will work with the middle school principal to add hopefully a completer, so that way it becomes just another addition again to our CTE course completers, another opportunity that meets our goals that we discussed earlier. Earth Science 2, oceanography, it's just a different area of earth science where there's some students that have showed interest, so anyone in grades 10 through 12 can take it. Guitar and Piano Lab are two courses that have not been offered previously, but there are some students that have expressed interest who would like to take that, develop their skills. Already talked about the HVAC process and what that might look like, but that is in the program of studies, which would be the first step in the process of offering that program. And then a small instrument ensemble class. So those are the new courses that we're proposing. As far as course updates or revisions, Dance Company was previously available for students in grades 9 through 12. We're asking to make that available for 8th grade students. Middle schools will potentially offer Drama 8 instead of theater. What we want to do is provide a consistent experience across all three zones. What we found is just some differences in how it was offered, so we just wanted to clarify that if a student signs up for drama or a theater type class, it's Drama 8 in middle school. Biology 2, Anatomy and Physiology, it's just a course change. The state had changed that. It used to be Intro to Anatomy, and now it's the new name based on the state curriculum. And then course removals. And these are generally due to schools just not offering and having not offered them for a number of years. So Computer 6, there is other courses that offer skills like computer solutions. So certainly that's an important subject. It's through a different course. Creative writing is one. Developmental reading from high school. Just to be clear, that is a valuable class, but we have functional reading available at the high school, so that accomplishes the same purpose as developmental reading. EMT program at Susie Gibson, that has not been offered for a few years, and that goes back to the challenges we have with finding instructors. And so we just felt like it was probably time. Functional reading, similar to the developmental reading, we're removing it from elementary and middle school. Again, critical class, very valuable, but developmental reading really accomplishes the same purpose, so we just really clarified who it would be offered to. We did remove general internship and teacher office volunteer. What we would like to see is students who participate in internships go towards the career internship path. Internships is a valuable experience for a lot of students. What we're talking about is maybe students sitting in the main office answering phones, exposed to confidential information that they're really not entitled to. What we'd like to do is take advantage of some of the expertise of staff on campus. And so one example of a career internship that a student could do on campus, if they have some skills in IT, then they could work with the career internship teacher, get valuable skills, report to them, but also work with our IT staff on campus to troubleshoot potential issues with Chromebooks. So that's what we mean. We really want to encourage students to go career internship. We think that's more appropriate. Keyboarding, that can be incorporated into other subjects rather than an entire course focused on keyboarding. Principles of business and marketing, again, we discussed that, the reasons for in the course additions. And then small engine repair, the feedback from the teachers was that content is very similar to the ag structural systems. Any skills they would get from that class would be covered in the ag structural systems. So, and just a few other changes, updates. Of course, there's some wording edits, formatting improvements, just a few changes based on state curriculum adjustments. We clearly define the conditions for early release. As we discussed, we found that there's some inconsistencies across the division. Those conditions would be seniors only. They must have met all graduation requirements up to that point. They must have approval from the principal or director of instruction. And if this is approved, then our next step would be that the principals, myself, and other staff would get together and really define what those conditions are and put together a form where students can request that. So that's what that means by defining conditions. We did clarify what a full-time student enrollment means. Again, a lot of questions this year about how many courses do you have to take to be a full-time versus a part-time student. We did state that you have to be enrolled in at least 4 credits, just to clarify, to be considered a full-time student. Otherwise, you're considered a part-time student in Bedford County. And then as far as graduation requirements, in previous program of studies, there was essentially 2 different graduation requirements based on the age of the student. And so previously, those that began before 2017 and 18, they had different graduation requirements than those that came to school after. Those students had now graduated, so that just was removed. And now we're all under one graduation standard, as you can see on pages 11 through 13. This might sound minor, but there's some hyperlinks to the table of contents that's much more detailed. As a principal, that is a big document to look through. What I hope is to make it more practical for our administrators. You can actually click on a topic, it goes right to it. Maybe that was selfish, but that was something that I think would help our principals. And then we updated some course numbers, developed after the courses were approved. The back, I'm really proud of our supervisors. They created visuals of course sequences. So if you're a parent that's not quite sure the next step, you can go to those visuals and see these are my options for math, English, and so on for core subjects. And then finally, we described the mental health support team and school counseling services, really just to recognize the important role that they play in student learning and student academic achievement. So again, this will be for the board's consideration in December. So I'll take any questions at this time.
Mr. Leamy.
Dr. Trosper, I know you said that the EMT course is being, well, it hasn't been offered, but that's due to instructor availability or
Yes.
lack thereof. Having said that, though, is there demand within the division by students for an EMT course?
Well, and that was, as we talked to staff from Susie Gibson, there really hasn't been a lot of interest either in that, and it was dwindling. And then with the instructor not being there, it just felt like it was time. What we can do is if students start to express us, we can always bring that right back and put it right back in the program of studies. So that was a kind of a painful deletion. It really was, but it just tried to reflect reality.
And it's also now offered at the CVCC, CTE Academy, so there is an avenue for our students if we have a few students interested in it.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, I love the course sequences, the design from our instructional supervisors, so thank you for that. Just a question about the early release.
Sure.
How is that gonna unfold? You know, who's gonna approve that? And
Sure. So, and that's something that's been practiced for as long as I can remember.
Right.
And typically it's for a student who has completed all the graduation requirements, typically for seniors. We just never really spelled it out. And what we want to do, I think the discussion revolved around the fact that we feel like we owe it to our community to provide graduates that are prepared, that we've done everything we can to give them skills and opportunities. And so part of that in the process that we want to have is that the principal has a conversation with that student. And so let's say they just have English and government left to graduate. Maybe that conversation could be, what are your plans for after high school? And so just an example, a few years ago, I had a conversation with the student. And, the student wanted to leave early, and I just talked about career goals and found out the student wanted to go into nursing. And so I made a call to Susie Gibson. We're able to get that student enrolled in a nursing program. And, hopefully gave the student some more skills that they did not have otherwise. So it's really we just want to make sure that we're preparing students as best as we possibly can.
is it gonna be the sole decision of the principal, or?
What we've written
you all are-
is the principal and then the director of instruction would approve. So typically that would go through the counselor who would take it to the principal and
Okay,
then
that's great.
myself.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hill, then Ms. Hairston.
So just to piggyback off that, the parent would be involved in that decision-making as well. correct?
Sure. The parents always would sign off on something like that.
Just want to make sure. So Dr. Trosper, 2 quick questions. You mentioned formatting or adjustments being made. and then several additions.
Yes.
I want confirmation that there's nothing in any of those courses that would encourage or teach the hate of America.
Correct.
Are you aware of any of that?
I am not aware of anything. And what I do want to say is I understand that there are some people that are skeptical, that we've heard that. And so this is an opportunity to open up dialogue with our schools. And so what I would say to those individuals, we welcome the opportunity for you to see for yourself. And so get involved in your child's education. Go online and look at those standards. Read with your kid. Get on their Canvas page. Join the PTA. Be involved and know what's going on. And if there are concerns, bring it to the teacher, to the principal, to myself, and we will address it.
Well, and as we heard tonight, we've got parents that want to come back to the classroom as well. So I would hope we can eventually make that happen. And then the other clarifying question, in any of this, are we encouraging in any of these format changes, additions, et cetera, are we teaching our kids what to think versus how to come to their own conclusion or way of thinking?
Sure.
So I want to make sure we're not forcing our opinions on our students.
Sure. Mr. Hill, I think we do our students a disservice when we simply feed them information the way we think they should. It is very important, and we've heard this a lot, those 5 C's of a Virginia graduate. That is our charge, is to produce students that are good citizens, they're creative thinkers, they can communicate, they can collaborate, and I think I said 5. Those are important skills they have, and we take that seriously. And you know, when I think about it as an educator, you hear the term Bloom's taxonomy a lot. And Bloom's, at the lowest possible level of learning, is recall memory, and that's important for many things. But the highest order of thinking is analyze and create and so on. That's what we want our students to do, is think at that higher level so they can take facts and learn from them for themselves. And so absolutely, we want them to learn how to think.
Okay, so I don't want to assume what your answer was, but it is no, correct?
No, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Ms. Hairston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Trosper, Edge Labs, can you tell me which of our schools are using those Edge Labs?
So Edgenuity, I assume, yeah, so all 3 high schools to some degree are using it. It's been a tool that we've used frequently. We obviously would rather have students getting direct instruction from our teacher, but there's been a lot of situations where students do well in that environment. It's a little bit more self-paced. They can work with like a learning coach, which could be any staff. But what happens is they would work through that program. They would have a teacher of record that's certified in that subject area. And again, they would just kind of work at their pace. I don't have numbers as far as how many, but all 3 high schools do use that to some extent.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Trosper, I really appreciated hearing you say that internships are not going away. That was
absolutely not.
That was my initial concern when I saw that on there, and I know firsthand how that internship program, especially for seniors, can help develop career interests. I did an internship my own senior year with my band director, and I think that's what sparked my interest in education many years later. So glad that's there. I know it's a great pathway in, and to see Drama 8 will now be available at all of our middle schools. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of farm teams we can develop at all 3 of our high schools before they even get there. Because I know Ms. White does a great job at Forest Middle. I know Ms. Cruz has tried to do that. I would love to see all 3 of our high schools have those vigorous middle school drama programs so we can move forward. All right. Thank you. All right, policy updates. Ms. Sexton.
This evening, we are presenting 21 policies and regulations for information. These policies will be brought back to the board for action at the December 9th board meeting. 9 policies have minor legal or technical changes, and 1 regulation is recommended for deletion because we no longer use the form specified. These may be viewed within board docs. The remaining policies and regulations have more substantial changes, and we will review those now. I will pause momentarily after each of these policies or regulations in case there are questions about the suggested revisions. BCE, School Board Committees.
This policy has been edited to allow for standing committees approved by the school board by majority vote. Dr. Bergen has some more he wants to share.
Yes, so board members, we've looked at this policy just last meeting, and Mr. Leamy had asked if we could, rather than limit the policy to just one standing committee, could we just have language that would just allow for standing committees that could be determined at the will of whatever board is seated at whatever time in the future. And then Mrs. Kirby followed up and said, and also can we make sure that there's language in there that we can also dissolve those standing committees. So the current policy, you see the strike through words at the top. There are currently no standing committees for the board in Bedford County, and hasn't been for quite some time. And I'm happy to form as many standing committees as you'd like to work with me and our executive team. So the first rewrite would be that the school board by majority vote may create and/or dissolve standing committees as necessary to provide ongoing oversight, engage the board in strategic dialogue, and help facilitate the board's decision making. And then the policy below that, that is current language that would remain, that in addition, special committees can be appointed by the chair and then can be dissolved when they serve their purpose. So that's the only change to the policy. It doesn't reference any standing committees in the policy. And this policy would allow you to create and dissolve standing committees as you wish moving forward once this policy is adopted. So if we can scroll down then, I've suggested after speaking with Mr. Leamy and some other board members, some potential standing committees you may want to consider. There are, if you can just scroll a little more, there are 3 that surfaced. A budget and finance committee that would work with me and Mr. Hagler in the development of an annual operating budget and then monitoring the finances as we go throughout the school year. A facilities committee that would work with myself and Mr. Dewis in developing a comprehensive improvement plan, a CIP, and then monitoring throughout the year, projects as they come and go. And then lastly, an intergovernmental affairs committee that would work primarily with me and help draft a position statement for adoption by the entire board that you could then carry as you're meeting with our local delegates and you're visiting in Richmond and lobbying for additional resources for the school division, as well as continuing to strengthen our partnership with our other locally elected officials. So those would be 3, but again, it's entirely at the will of the board how many you want to form, what you want to call them. I was just trying to give you a regulation to help guide some of your thinking. My suggestion for tonight would be you consider the policy only. It's for information tonight that if you are so inclined, adopt that policy in December, and then after the new board is seated in January, determine at that time what standing committees you might like to form and make those appointments. Any questions about the recommendations on the policy or the regulation? Okay, thank you. Most of you can continue on.
GBG, staff participation in political activities. This policy has been reworded to conform to VSBA recommendations regarding school time and school property not being used for partisan political purposes by employees. GCBC.
Ms. Sexton?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't know if I could interrupt with questions and you wanted me to hold them to the end. Okay, so just to clarify with the revisions for policy GBG, any school employee who wants to be active politically can do so without interference from the school division as long as it's on their own personal time?
And they're representing themselves and not the school.
And they're representing themselves only?
Of course.
Okay, just clarifying that if that's approved, that there would be no interference from the school division if school employees wanted to participate in political activities on their own time.
All citizens are encouraged to get involved politically, but not as part of your work day.
Right.
Not as part of your work responsibilities.
I'm very glad to
As
hear
long as
that.
you're not representing yourself as in your capacity as an employee of Bedford County Public Schools. Does that make sense?
It does. Yes, I'm glad to get that clarification for future staff members that might be interested in participating in political activities.
Sure.
So they're not stonewalled. Thank you, Ms. Sexton.
And I'll take like a 3-second pause in between each one.
Okay, that would be perfect, thank
GCVC, professional staff fringe benefits. The main change to this regulation is the addition of technology as staff permitted to take vehicles home. GCL, Professional Staff Development. Policy language has been added as recommended by VSBA to reflect enactment of Virginia Code, stating what instructional staff and support staff are required to complete mental health awareness training.
Do we have an enforcement mechanism for that one? It's
We
not an
just do the
SOQ issue,
policy.
is it?
We try to catch up. GDQ, School Bus Drivers. Edits include the removal of a paragraph under eligibility for employment requiring proof of certifications or training because the documents specified are not required by VCPS. IGBH, Alternative Education. Policy has been edited as recommended by VSBA to remove all language regarding proposals for alternative education programs, but adding that the school board establishes alternative education programs as needed. JFCA, Teacher Removal of Students from Class. Policy has been updated to reflect VSBA recommendations, VCPS practices, and to conform with Virginia Code. The main edits include criteria for a teacher to remove a student from class for disruptive behavior and requirements for incident reports. JFCF, Drugs in School. Policy language has been added and other wording changes as recommended by VSBA to reflect amendment of Virginia Code, stating that on school property, no person may manufacture, sell, or distribute, or possess with intent to sell, give, or distribute any controlled substance or imitation controlled substance. KC, Community Involvement in Decision-Making. Edits include the addition of language by VCPS staff to incorporate the importance of community involvement in decision-making. And last, KGA, Solicitation on School Property. Policy language has been added to conform to VSBA recommendations, prohibiting anyone from selling or offering for sale within the schools, on school grounds, or at school-sponsored activities any product or service except when the sale will benefit the educational program of the schools. In addition, individual discussions between school division employees regarding solicitations for specified organizations during school hours are not prohibited. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Sexton. So, that's all right. You didn't have more under the table you wanted to pull out? No, okay.
Unless you want me to read the other 9.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so moving down to item 9.01, action items, fiscal year 22-23 budget calendar. Mr. Hagler.
Yes, brought the budget calendar to the board at the last meeting, and it's being brought to the board for approval tonight.
In that case, do we have a motion on the budget calendar?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the fiscal year 22-23 budget calendar as presented by Mr. Hagler.
So we have a motion by Dr. Mealy to approve the proposed budget calendar as presented. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Hicks. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The proposed budget calendar is approved. And we'll begin very soon too, I believe. Approval of policy updates presented at the October 14th board meeting. Ms. Sexton.
Me again. At the last board meeting, we presented 25 policies for information. Are there any questions or concerns from the board before you take action?
Good job. Sounds like there are none. So do we have a motion on the policies presented last month?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the policy updates presented at the October 14th board meeting.
Dr. Hicks moves that we approve the policies as presented at the last board meeting. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion? Final questions? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Ms. Johnson, would you please poll the board?
Ms. Hairston?
Yes.
Dr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Leamy?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes.
The ayes have it with 6.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Superintendent's report. Dr. Bergen.
I will start with what's up on the screen. So since we were last together, we have more accomplishments from our students, and I just want to give some shout outs, some well-deserved shout outs to our students. So beginning with Jefferson Forest High School and Stanton River High School's yearbook staffs, both schools placed in the BHSL Multimedia State Championships. This took place using their 2021 yearbooks in categories that included advertising, infographics, candid photos, and coverage of sports, clubs, student life, and academics. Congratulations to those students and their sponsors on their accomplishments. Next, you know you have a special program when both your boys and your girls teams win district championships, and that's the case this year at Jefferson Forest High School. The JF cross country team participated in the Seminole District Championships and brought home first place in both boys and girls with dominating performances. The girls took 7 of the top 10 spots, and the defending boys state champions took 6 of the 10 top positions. Brandon Adams and Zoe Lamana won the boys and girls races respectively, and Seminole District Cross Country Runners of the Year. Coach Colby won Seminole District Boys Coach of the Year. Next, Liberty FFA Livestock Team, consisting of current Liberty High School students Megan Cash and McKenna Garrett, as well as graduates Charlie Moser and Kevin Panchod, were awarded a silver rating in the National Livestock Evaluation Career Development event at the 94th Annual FFA Convention, which was held in Indianapolis, Indiana. Virginia State President Charlie Moser was awarded or recognized as individually as a leader in the nation. Congratulations to Charlie and to all of our Liberty FFA students and their sponsors. These young ladies might have begun their season a month late, but they never gave up. And now a trip to the state competition is their reward for all their hard work and determination. The Jefferson Forest High School competition cheer team recently finished second at the regional level. The Jefferson Forest High School Marching Band won the Virginia Marching Band Cooperative Group 3 State Championship this past Saturday. We won caption awards for Best Music, Best General Effect, and Best Percussion. JF also finished 5th overall in the state championship.
Are they wearing Stanton River colors?
Stanton River High School, speaking of, their one-act theater cast and crew recently finished second at a regional competition. Layla Crutchfield was honored as Outstanding Actor, while Madison Crowe received honorable mention. And Cavalier Theater was also recently crowned VHSL Sectional Champions with their Comedy of Errors production. Sky Evans received Outstanding Actor recognition, while Prentice Patrick Carter and Paul Reed received honorable mentions. The group now advances to the Regional Theater Festival held at Jefferson Forest High School on November 20. As mentioned earlier this evening, there is a survey open at this time for everyone in the community. We invite you to participate if you've not done so already. The main purpose of the survey is first to check in with the community to see if we find that our current vision, mission, and core value statements continue to be relevant or need to be modified. Since our last break, I did do some checking. We've had 920 responses thus far to the survey. Of those 920 respondents, 87 out of 100 people are happy with the current core value statement. 70% of the 920 respondents are happy with the current vision and mission statement. So, empowering learners for future success appears to continue to be relevant for this community as a visionary phrase. But we'll continue to leave that survey open through the weekend and into Monday. And then again, we'll check in with some of our stakeholder groups and our Superintendent's Advisory Council, and I'll come back to this, to the school board in January with a recommendation whether we should hold with our current statements or we should consider some revisions. Let's see. It's the days are getting darker earlier, and it's getting colder, and we might soon be seeing snowmen. So we want families and employees to be aware of our updated crisis inclement weather codes that we're going to be using this year. These codes will be posted tomorrow on our division social media platforms, and families and employees are encouraged to look for official information on crisis inclement weather days on the division's social media pages, website, and smartphone app. Codes will be shared with local media as well after the division has made the information available through our own communication vehicles. And of course, last but most importantly, we'd be remiss if we didn't just pause today to remember that it is Veterans Day. Thank you to Mr. Leamy, to all of our board members, all of our community members, our staff members who have served our country, for your duty and your sacrifice, to my father, to your fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins, neighbors, and friends who've served our country, particularly those who have given their life for our country. We thank you for your service. We thank you for your sacrifice. And lastly, I have an introduction to make. You heard a bit about this young man in our earlier presentation on CTE and workforce development, but I wanted to make sure you had a chance to meet him personally and individually. He's standing over there by the door for us. So at your October meeting, the board took action to appoint Mr. Trevor Haas as back into our recreated position of Supervisor of CTE and Workforce Readiness. I learned through this process there used to be a dedicated position to CTE that went away in the organizational chart, and we're bringing it back. Mr. Haas has 10 years of service in public education. 5 of those 10 years, the last 5 here in Bedford County, where he has served as the school counselor for the students at the Susie G. Gibson Science and Technology Center. Before joining Bedford County, Mr. Haas spent 5 years as a school counselor at William Fleming High School in Roanoke City. Trevor earned a bachelor's degree in psychology from Lees McRae College, and he has his master's and his educational specialist degree in educational leadership, both from Liberty University. Congratulations to you, Trevor, on your appointment. We look forward to having you serve in your new capacity just as soon as we can find your replacement and get them in place over at Susie G. Gibson. Congratulations. Chairman, that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bergen. Matters of the board, Mr. Hill.
Yes, I attended my first Special Education Advisory Committee meeting, and I appreciate that group welcoming me. I'm not sure how excited Kelly was to have me there, but I do want to give a notice that they are accepting parent, guardian, student applications for all 3 school zones. So take a look at that, and you can go to our Bedford County website and search SEAC and find that information. You mentioned all of the accomplishments at JF, so I'm not going to repeat those, but kudos to all 3 school zones. We had several recognitions, and I appreciate you doing that every meeting. I think that's important. My next question is going to Dr. Calvert from an HR perspective. Do we have any language in our employee contracts that encourage professionalism at all times and prohibits any negative or slanderous language that would shed negative light on Bedford County Public Schools?
In the contract that they sign that has their money in it, no.
Okay.
There's language in most of the contract talks about workdays, release, money, reporting if you're charged with a criminal offense, complying with school laws, Board of Education regulations, regulations of the school board. I can double check. nothing comes to mind
Code
of a
conduct.
regulation or of a regulation in the school board policies. Nothing is coming to mind, but I can double check that
I
for you.
appreciate that. And then one thing I wanted to bring to the staff, and then of course we would have to have consensus from the board, but recently York County passed a resolution in support of parental rights. And I would like for the staff to work on something similar for our school system that we could do a resolution for. But it has things that states a parent has a fundamental right to make decisions concerning the upbringing, education, and care of the parent's child. Believes that all academic success begins with embracing fundamental parental rights in our educational institutions. It's about parental rights. York County. And it recognizes state law 1-240.1 of the Code of Virginia. And I'd like for staff to look at that and bring something similar to us to pass as a board for resolution.
Sure.
Would we need to have consensus, or can the staff begin working on that to bring back to us?
I think it's a fantastic idea.
Yeah, I think the staff could just work on it and bring something back for us to review without consensus tonight.
Thank you. And then the other thing, this list of books, very concerning. I would like to recommend that we remove all of these books immediately and have it reviewed by staff with a recommendation or reason why they would want to put it back on the shelf to come back through us. Just reading the second page, the glass castle is concerning enough, and if all of these books contain offensive stuff as that second page, I don't think it's appropriate. So I don't know where other school board members are on that, but again, I'm not saying it has to be permanently, but I would like it to be removed, reviewed, and then brought back to us to make a decision of if it goes back or not. You guys good with that?
Well, I haven't actually read it. I'd like to read it, so. And I don't particularly have an objection, but I'd like to read what it says before I say, yeah, let's do that.
And I do have a question but I'll wait until it's my turn to ask regarding the books.
So, do we have consensus, or
I'd like
I'm
to
asking
read
for it to be
first.
removed immediately?
I want to read it first. I don't know what I'm removing.
Right, but there's 7 of us here, so
All
I'm
right,
looking for
I'm just saying
consensus.
that's my opinion.
I think there needs to be some further discussion. I have some questions. I don't want to get out of line with the process here,
Well,
but I
since
do
we're
have.
discussing it, why don't you go ahead and just
Okay.
ask a question now?
So, Dr. Woodford, if memory serves me correctly, and of course I've been out of the principal role for a little bit now, there is a process, is there not, that is in place for when parents have concerns about the contents of a book that is in the library. I say that because I have had the same experience myself as a principal, and we had a process. So I want to be sure, do we still have a process in place?
Yeah.
And can you just expound upon that process, what that involves? Okay, so, all right, go for it, Dr. Prosper.
It's policy KLB, we do have a process, and it's, the title of it is Public Complaints About Learning Resources. And so it just outlines procedures for public complaints about that. And as you read through that, it establishes a committee that would look at certain criteria. And the way to initiate that process from a family member is there's a form attached to the agenda where either a parent, organization, or group, whoever that is, they're asked to identify themselves, then they would essentially list their concerns, and that would prompt the committee to meet. So it is board policy KLB that's
Right.
accessible for anyone.
Okay. And so this committee, so help me here, I do remember certainly having to where parents have brought concerns like that to our attention. So the committee is comprised of the building principal, the, is it the librarian, of course, the
That's right.
media specialist, the parent,
Yes.
and isn't there another party that's in
Classroom
the?
teacher, if it does impact them.
Is there anyone from central office? Because,
Not as written.
okay. I certainly think having someone, because if memory serves me correctly, we did have someone from central office serve on that panel at Otter River to offer just another perspective and also just help us there. I think we have a structure in place. Now, whether that structure is being utilized fully is questionable. But we've got it there. And so I would say that we should encourage our parents, and building principals should do that, and letting parents who bring a concern regarding a book to their attention, that they make the parents aware of what the procedure is, and that it's the principal's responsibility to ensure that that process is being carried out. And I would encourage the central office staff, the executive team, that when a building principal brings it to your attention, that you provide that support that they need. But I say that we have a structure in place that certainly needs to be utilized to its fullest. It's there, would be my suggestion.
I'm sorry, they did point out there is in policy, a member of school board office that would be a part of
Okay,
that, so I
I thought
apologize.
so.
I agree with Ms. Harrison. We already have a process in place. Let's go ahead and get that started with these books that are being questioned.
So question, does the policy state that once I file a complaint, it's immediately pulled?
There's a, may I? There's a very intensive discussion that is had with the members of that committee. And so the decision is a collective one. At least I can say to you that that's what the decision was at the school that I served at when there were questions raised. So it is certainly a very extensive discussion. All views are listened to and heard. And certainly, I can say that there were books that we did remove as a committee. We decided to remove those books because we didn't feel that they were really in the best interest of a child having to have access to. So again, we have a policy, we have a structure in place. I feel like we need to utilize that.
Ms. Harrison, I just wanted to ask you, so each individual school makes that decision, so,
The committee.
so if this list is coming from different schools, then we have to start with each school instead of it coming back to us to decide.
The committee makes that decision.
Okay, so each
Yes,
school would
ma'am.
have their own committee.
So these committees are building-based, is that correct?
They are.
Okay, so a committee at JF may decide, yeah, this profane book is fine at JF, but a committee at the other two high schools could decide that it's not appropriate. I think that's problematic. It needs to be countywide. It should not be building-based.
I'm just reading the board
I
policy.
understand, but that's something we,
You have to change
that's
the
something we
policy.
need to do.
I don't agree that we should remove it from the building level. I think to take that autonomy away from our principals, our experts, our teachers, to me is not in the best interest at all.
But do you see where I'm going with this?
I
There's
see.
inconsistency countywide, potentially. And we can't have that. We need to be consistent.
I think we cannot have the rights of our teachers and our school principals to have that taken from them. We can't have that either. They should have a say. They should have a say in what is being
That's
taught.
fine, let them have input to a countywide committee that makes that decision.
Well, we have a member of the school board, the central office, that's a part of that committee. So you've got someone from central office as a part of that committee.
Sarah, I love you to death, but I gotta disagree with you on this.
And you know, Mr. Leamy, from the bottom of my heart, I know that you and I can agree to disagree
We can,
and still walk out of here.
arm in arm.
Absolutely. Let's show them that, okay?
I cannot wait to see that. Dr. Mealy.
No, I was gonna say the same thing. There's a structure in place. We should do that. If we wanna move that to a county level type of committee,
Would that not require?
it would require a policy
For
change.
policy, yeah.
Right, it would require a policy change. And then you could have parents at one school who say, I think there's nothing wrong with the book.
Exactly.
And then you have parents at another school saying, well, I think it's really wrong. So in one case there, then you're taking away the rights of some parent group because, it should be, if we're gonna base it in the school, as the policy currently says, then you could potentially have it. And I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying you could potentially have two committees make a different decision.
That's my entire point.
Yeah, I said.
Are parents part of that committee?
Yes,
Yes,
they
they
are.
are.
And I did want to add, if the parent disagrees with the school-based decision, it says the complainant may appeal to the superintendent and his or her designee,
Okay,
and then to the school board. So
okay, so
that there is a
eventually it
next
gets to
step
us.
that's written.
So again, when it was my turn, I'm asking for books to be removed, and I'm asking for a consensus vote, because I want it publicly stated that I've asked for these books to be removed, for it to be reviewed by whatever committee we have, for it to be brought back on a recommendation, and I want a consensus vote.
I think we need
And
to
would
follow
that committee
policy.
not be the school committee? Because that's our current
Georgia,
policy.
I want to restate again, I'm asking for these books to be pulled immediately,
I understand
for
that.
it to be reviewed.
By
I don't
whom?
care who it's reviewed by.
Well, we have a
I sent a
policy.
staff member, well, go by the policy.
All right,
And then bring it back and make recommendations of it's going back and why.
okay, as long as we're following our current policy, because we're not making any
I'm
changes
not sure
tonight to
why we're
that.
going in circles, because that's what I
Okay,
asked.
well,
for.
I have a question. Wait a minute, I have
Let's energize every committee where these books are resident
There
in the
you are.
library.
The school
Well,
committee.
I just want to make sure, so the policy does not permit the removal of the books tonight.
It says challenge materials will remain in use during the formal challenge,
Okay.
but the complainant may request
I'm one
material
of
be
7 school
restricted
board
from his child.
members. I'm
I
asking for
understand
it to
what
be
you're
removed.
saying, but we're saying we're going to follow the policy.
No, we're not.
Okay, then
I've
that's.
asked for a consensus vote, and until that vote takes place,
Okay, we'll take
that's
the vote.
what we'll go with. But I want a public record that shows I've asked for these books to be removed.
If that makes you
and a
happy,
consensus
that's
vote.
fine.
It does make me happy.
Okay,
And
that's
it was
fine.
my turn, and that's why I asked it.
Read it.
Consensus vote.
Consensus. Okay, so remove the books immediately and empower the school-based committees to review them.
Correct.
Okay.
That
Yes.
is, okay.
Ms. Kirby.
I'm gonna be an unpopular person. I sat here, it won't be the first time, it won't be the last. But I sat here months ago, listening to arguments on a Confederate flag, that we weren't gonna ban anything, we didn't wanna ban a flag. Didn't want to step on anyone's rights. I don't wanna start with banning books, but we do have a policy in place. So I said we follow the policy, but have them pulled from every school and reviewed by the committees as required in the policy.
So leave them in pending the review by the school-based committees?
Yep.
Okay. Ms. Hairston?
I say that we continue with our policy, we implement that, continue using the policy that we currently have.
I agree.
I agree.
And I agree too. So the
Did you not read what's on
Committee.
that paper?
So the committees will convene to review these books, including these Pulitzer Prize-winning novels.
Smut.
Ma'am?
The language in these books is a violation of your
Ma'am.
own code. It's a violation of your own
Ma'am.
code. If you want to
This is
follow
your
the policy,
warning.
follow the policy.
This is your warning.
That's fine.
And the voters. Vote to you, Mr. Johnson.
Let us remind everyone, we are still conducting business, so please refrain from outbursts. So the committee will convene, review these books, and will make a determination at that point. Dr. Trosper, correct? Okay.
So when will this be done?
This is, so,
Open immediately.
this is the first I'm hearing of this. If people have contacted others, it's not reached my ears. So I appreciate you bringing this to my concern. I'll follow up on those things. So thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Is it really my turn now?
I think so.
Dr. Brogan recognized veterans. I'd like to do so again. If there are any in the room, please stand. Please. And the word on the street has been that parental interest would dwindle beginning in November. I see that that is not the case. I encourage you all to continue being engaged, being involved. Be involved in your kids' education. Don't come to meetings just when it's a vote. That's too late. Keep doing what you're doing, please. That's all I got.
Ms. Kirby.
I'm the broken record, so happy Veterans Day to everyone. And thank everyone for their service. Mr. Edwards, I want to thank you so much for recognizing Ms. Woolridge last month. She's still stopping me in the mornings and telling me how much she appreciates that. So you really made a difference to her, and I thank you for that. This year it was great. I got to take my kids to football games, watch them walk around with their friends, and enjoy a good time. And I'm glad everybody got to complete their fall season. And I'm looking forward to their winter season. I can't wait to see basketball starting to be played. A lot of the stuff I had written down has already been said, recognizing for everyone. Want to remind parents, do not send your kids to school tomorrow. They'll be there. Don't put them out at the bus stop in the morning. Let's see. When we were talking earlier about the possibility of all the schools being on the same schedule and looking into that, when can we expect to hear something back from that?
I would like to make that part of the strategic planning process. So over the course of this school year, we will engage all of our stakeholders on that question. Because to have shared resources, this would require some give and take. It'll be a challenging conversation for some and less challenging for others, but it's a conversation we do need to have.
Because the big talk has always been to get them on equal playing fields, so we need to have equal playing fields in all three zones. Congratulations to Mr. Usselton. Not only does he have the accomplishments of these awards, I've seen how the students interact with him, and that, to me, that speaks more volumes than these awards, and he has had an astonishing career, and he's impacted a lot of lives. I want to continue to thank all the teachers, paraprofessionals, administrators, office personnel, nurses, cafeteria personnel, bus drivers, crossing guards, and I apologize if I omitted anyone, and families for supporting the students and working tirelessly to have an awesome school year. I know it's been challenging, I know it's been difficult, but we gotta let these kids succeed and be the very best they can be. And finally, since this is the November meeting, I want to wish everyone a happy and blessed Thanksgiving, and make sure you count your blessings, for we all have something to be thankful for.
Yes, I want to also echo so many things that have been said, but first and foremost, just to thank Mr. Leamy and also John here for your service for our nation, serving in the military. I think a lot of veterans today, numerous family members as well. So I just wanted to say thank you, and to any other member of the armed forces out there in in the audience, thank you for your service as well. God bless all of you. I also want to say to Dr. Bergens, thank you for your presentation. I know that you have been out in the community full force. I know because I've heard from my constituents that you've been there. You've asked some really pertinent questions and you're gathering information. And so I love the format that you've used, the feedback, the information that you've given us. So I look forward to hearing more and seeing our county and our division move forward. So thank you for your presentation tonight. I attended the JF Cavalier production of Clue. Wow, that was really awesome, really awesome. We have so many talented children and students. They were just fantastic. I never laughed so hard. It was just wonderful, like that belly laugh that you get. And I am so looking forward to Liberty High School's performing arts. They're gonna do Charlie Brown Christmas, one of my favorite characters. So I'm looking forward to attending that in December. And also, I have one or two questions that I wanted to ask. You guys know that I am fixated on our HVAC system. I can't let it go. It's just stuck in my head. So my question is, during the October meeting, I had asked when we would have proposals or a review, and I'm just wondering, when will we have that?
We just posted yesterday, I think, Mr. Hagler, is that right? The request, the call for bids for 6 schools to have those systems replaced next summer. And so those are out now. Next week, we'll be doing pre-bid tours of those facilities so that companies who are interested in bidding can get in those boiler rooms and mechanical rooms and see firsthand the equipment that they'd be replacing. And so we hope to have those back in for approval. Need to give those firms some time. So we're going to be targeting December or January board meetings for those approvals of bids so that we can, they have several months to prepare, procure equipment. So got 4 done last summer, got 6 more coming this summer, so.
Fantastic, and Boonesboro is one of them, right?
Boonesboro is one of them, yes, ma'am, and these schools are in need, so this will be a big improvement.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Dewis. Also, I have a question, and you know, Dr. Dewis, I think this may be a question for you. Do our bus drivers, do they have updated employee ID cards?
Employee badges?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am, they do.
They do, okay. And does this allow them access into the building?
Well, all employees have access to the building. They
Okay.
can come in the office and
so-
enter. Some of our buildings do have badge swipe access technology in different parts of the building. And so I have to check to determine, I know all the employees who are based in those buildings, their badges work. We
Okay.
program that, but I'd have to, have to look at how that's programmed.
Could you do that for me? I've just heard from a couple of drivers who are concerned that, and so if you could check into that for me, I think that would be
So
great.
Is a concern that their badges don't give them
That's
access
right,
to
that's
doors
right.
that they would need to get into?
Mhm. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you.
Dr. Hicks.
I attended the STEM Academy board meeting yesterday. It's a Zoom meeting. And the director is planning on having 5-day-a-week in-person instruction next semester. They had a little rocky start this year with the Amherst County students being out for 2 weeks and 4 of their students coming down with COVID. But she has high expectations for next semester. The kids are currently doing internship interviews with companies, and they plan to start their internships January 5th. I did attend the 3 Women one-act play at Liberty High School and the JF theater production of Clue. Kudos to Ms. Cruz and Mr. White for both putting on wonderful shows.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Mealy.
Yes, I'd like to start also about Veterans Day. I just want to thank all of our men and women that we're honoring today who served in the U.S. military for their sacrifice to our country. I don't know how many of you know that we have over 20 million veterans in our country right now, and I very proudly say that over 2 million of those are women. So I'm really glad to see that. And I think we need to remember that these brave men and women have stood by to protect the ideals of our American democracy. And I honor each one of them for their selfless service and recognize that we owe a debt to all who answered our country's call and served. More and more, when I'm out in public and someone thanks a veteran, my husband's a veteran of the Vietnam War. He was a helicopter pilot during Vietnam. They say, thank you for your service. And a lot of times you always hear, you're welcome. But more and more I'm hearing, it was an honor and a privilege to serve our country. So God bless our veterans, some of them who carry with them the scars and the horrors of being in war, still to this day. God bless them and their sacrifice and their families. They are the best of all of us. Sorry. I would like to take a moment to welcome our new board members. I don't know if they're here, Mr. Holbrook, Mr. Nelms. Are they here? Well, welcome. I look forward to working with you all. And Mr. Hill, you're just returning, so but we're glad you're here. A month early. I'd like to also thank Dr. Hicks and Mr. Johnson for their service to our board, our division, our students, our staff, our community. Bedford County is a better place because of your work and your service, and I thank you. There's more to come next month. You still have to come back. I really appreciate, I had all these congratulations, so I really love that you do it that way. I don't know about you all, but instead of I congratulate JF, I congratulate JF, so you get over here and it's like, I know. I love that. I think, you know, you doing that is great, so thank you. I'd love to see you continue that. I've always thought, and Miss Kirby is usually one who says, I know, I'm gonna say the same thing everyone else said, so if. Broken record. So if you do that, I think it's really great. I also want to thank Dr. Cornett for the weekly news brief. Those are really cool. Thank you for doing that. And Dr. Bergen, for your work with the strategic plan. I do think that needs to become a more understandable, user-friendly document. So I really appreciate you working on that and bringing that up to something that our community will find, I think, a little bit easier to use. Then I have one thing I would like to talk about, and it's kind of hard to talk about this, but I have heard from teachers, from principals, from central office staff that they are being verbally abused by people in the community. And they've been called a lot of different names. You know, effing idiot is one, and I won't even say the rest. They're all pretty bad. What I'm concerned about is that we're responsible under OSHA to provide a safe working environment for our employees. And OSHA defines threats, of course, in a hostile environment, but they also define verbal intimidation, which may include false statements, disparaging statements, derogatory statements, disrespectful statements, abusive or rude statements. You need just to be quiet. So our nurses have gone through this, our teachers, and
I'm not sure what the recourse or the remedy could be if they're abused that way. Is it that they file a complaint with HR, or how do they handle that? Because I think it's not appropriate, to be called an effing idiot. That you can be angry, you can be passionate, you can whatever, but you don't verbally abuse people. Thank you. So I'd just like to know what remedies our employees have. Again, is it filing a complaint with HR? What is it? Because our teachers and our staff need some support with this. And I think that they don't know what to do about it. But I've heard from too many that just feel they're being verbally abused, and that is in violation of the OSHA workplace regulations. So
And
can-
maybe, do you want, it depends on what it is. I'm sure OSHA is for personnel and for against your employer or against your supervisor.
Well, no, it's also according to OSHA against just a workplace.
Right, a workplace environment or hostile work environment. There's different things for harassment. That was
Right,
one
we
of the
have a
policies
harassment
tonight.
policy.
So that would depend on what was said, whether it was sexual, whether it was,
Right.
it would depend on that. There's also grievances, which are all in our policies.
Right. Can you just get back with us or just have a discussion? Because I think that people need, again, a remedy for this. That no one should come to work and be verbally abused for any reason. There is no reason for that. And so I just want to know how we can help staff that are enduring this. So I'll let you get back. I also would like to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving and to thank our teachers and staff, all of them for all the work that they're doing. Again, I know this is a really unusual situation, but we do appreciate everything that you've done for our students. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Great, thank you, Dr. Neely. Would like to echo what everyone else has said tonight and wish everyone a very happy Veterans Day. My father, Wayne Johnson, was a Vietnam veteran. I know Dr. Mealy's husband was also in Vietnam. Dr. Hicks, Mr. Leamy, thank you for your service to our country. Because of the men and women like you, we are free to have self-government, and we're free to live in a state where public education is a right, not a privilege, where we can learn, we can grow, we can have disagreements over what books might be in our library without it coming to violence. And we appreciate the service of all of our veterans for that. This month I have visited Manita Elementary, JF, Liberty, and Stanton River. Manita Elementary, I had a fascinating look at a math program for our kindergartners. And they were learning math skills, and for every problem that they got right, a little piece of a dinosaur egg would hatch. And if they got it completely, if they completed their lesson, the entire dinosaur came out. And I know some people don't believe in dinosaurs, but the little kids loved it. It was so much fun. They would actually want me to come over and look at their dinosaur hatching, just so we could see the progress that they'd been making in their lessons. So that was a lot of fun, and just a great example of the way technology is supporting our teachers in the process of instruction and allowing us to really differentiate based on where our students are and what they need a little extra help and support in. Like so many other people, I attended CLU at JF, and that was absolutely hilarious. Mr. and Ms. White and their creative team at JF do a fantastic job with every production, and thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to Cool Yule here in a few weeks. Saturday, I also attended the Seminole District 3C tournament to watch Liberty Theater compete with 3 old women's vet, and one of the coolest parts of that was the playwright was actually in attendance that afternoon and got to watch his production being staged. And the Liberty team did well. Lucas Stump, congratulations, won a special award for his acting skills. Stanton River Theater went to support them at the Blue Ridge Region 3D tournament earlier this week. And congratulations to Layla Crutchfield. It was a very, very fun production. Always love the theater productions. I know as a former art student myself, the art students don't always get the recognition that they deserve. So I'm never going to be apologetic for lavishing praise on theater and band and being such a welcoming environment for all of our students that those programs are, and hope they never change. So the Whites, Ms. Cruz, Sherry Given, keep up the great work. We love you and we appreciate everything you do. Also like to wish Stanton River High School the best of luck tomorrow night as they compete in the playoffs, first round of the playoffs. Go get them Eagles, as Dr. Cornett would have said back in the day. I did hear a couple of concerns in the community that I wanted to address. I know because of some of the COVID mitigation issues, we were not able to have our traditional homecoming dances, but Dr. Bergen, Dr. Woodford, just curious if it looks like prom is going to be able to happen.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. We met with high school principals and senior prom sponsors, and we have told them to book their venues, and we're gonna make it happen. And yeah, I got a special request into the Lord, and it's gonna happen. No matter what, we're having prom.
All right, so what I'm hearing you say is go ahead and pick out the tuxes and the dresses.
Absolutely, or buy one from somebody from year before last. Yes, it's gonna happen.
All right, great. So the Virginia School Boards Association Convention will be next week. Monday is the delegate convention, and we do need to select a delegate to do that. It is a virtual delegate session, so you do not have to be in Williamsburg on Monday. You just have to have a reliable internet connection. So would someone that is registered to attend be willing to do that? So we'll get the information to VSBA so they can get all of the materials to you.
I'll do it.
Okay. Mr. Hill, I will make sure that we get that to Ms. Patterson and her team in the morning. Also, Mr. Hill, you said that you attended the SEAC meeting. Are you interested in the position full-time?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
I'll continue to do that.
Okay. If the rest of the board is amenable to that, then we can go ahead and let them know that Mr. Hill will be our board's permanent liaison to the SEAC, wherever Ms. Jennings is hiding over there. Okay. Great. All right, and then finally on kind of a personal note, wanted to tell you a little bit about one of the special teachers in my life. Her name is Mrs. Shannon Thomas, and anyone affiliated with Stanton River High School knows her. She was one of our Teacher of the Year finalists this year. She's an AP English teacher. And when I had her, she was a 9th grade English teacher. And I know teachers spend a lot of time decorating their classrooms to make them inviting spaces for their students. Probably never really think about the impact that a bulletin board or a poster might have on a student. But all these years later, I remember a poster that she had in her classroom, and I have not seen it since. So I don't know if she has it in storage somewhere or has it hanging in her house or what, but it said, "What's right is not always popular, and what's popular is not always right." And I don't know why that resonated so much with me as a 9th grader, but that's something that I have thought about almost every day since then. And sometimes it takes a lot to do the right thing in the face of opposition. It takes a lot to be willing to stand up for the rule of law, for the Constitution. And sometimes you lose it all. And you know what? At the end of the day, that's more important than popularity. And so I just want to say to Mrs. Thomas and to all the other teachers out there that are trying to teach their students integrity, thank you. Keep up the good work. Know that you are appreciated and you are valued and you are loved. Right. And so with that, we have a motion to adjourn.
We adjourn.
All right. A motion by Dr. Hicks to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by the ensemble. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Adjourn. See you in December.
Worst thing there may have been